The narrative often suggests the Knights Templar were irrevocably lost, consumed by fire, shattered, and consigned to history beneath layers of ignominy. However, it is prudent to question whether the familiar account, the arrests, the accusations of heresy, the fiery purges, represents merely a superficial understanding. One might consider the possibility of a fraternity so formidable that it transcended the reigns of monarchs and popes, a clandestine organization whose perilous secrets necessitated its disappearance for survival. While some maintain that the order concluded abruptly on Friday, the 13th, others contend that it persisted, operating clandestinely, subtly influencing empires from obscured positions. This discourse aims to present a more profound examination, delving into a concealed history that refused to be extinguished. The Knights Templar initially emerged as guardians for pilgrims, yet their enduring influence extended far beyond the arid landscapes of Jerusalem. They established an intricate network spanning continents, safeguarded ancient mysteries predating the Church itself, and withstood every attempt to eradicate their presence. This exploration will trace their trajectory from the sacred terrain of the Temple Mount to the discreet chambers of modern Europe, where their emblems continue to resonate from ancient stonework. The genesis of their journey, like their very existence, began within a city profoundly shaped by its past, Jerusalem. This revered, fractured, and fiercely contested metropolis, in the winter of 1119, nearly 2 decades after its recapture from Muslim control during the First Crusade, remained a volatile crucible of religious fervor and violent instability. Pilgrims arrived consistently, seeking to walk upon the ground Christ once trod, yet few completed their journey unharmed. Roads were infested with brigands, transforming spiritual pilgrimage into a perilous endeavor. Amidst this turmoil, 9 knights volunteered, not to govern or proselytize, but to offer protection. Initially, their identities were known only to a select few. Hugues de Payard, a French nobleman renowned for his ascetic piety, led this nascent group. They possessed neither significant wealth nor numerical strength. Indeed, they were famously impoverished, earning them the designation the Poor Fellow, soldiers of Christ, and of the Temple of Solomon. Their attire consisted of plain tunics rather than opulent armor, and their seal notably depicted 2 knights mounted upon a single horse, a poignant symbol not merely of humility, but also of their shared resources and collective commitment. They solemnly committed themselves to the ecclesiastical canons, embracing vows of chastity, poverty, and obedience. Yet, unlike conventional monastic orders, these men were armed, with the battlefields serving as their monastery and their devotions whispered beneath layers of chainmail. Their headquarters were established within the Al-Aqsa Mosque, a structure Christians believed stood atop the venerable ruins of Solomon's temple. This choice was deliberate. They were not merely guarding a sacred site, but one considered mystical and potentially fraught with profound ancient dangers. Officially, their mandate was the protection of pilgrims. Unofficially, speculation soon circulated. 9 knights in Jerusalem, residing on the Temple Mount, yet for 9 years, they reportedly admitted no new members. The nature of their activities remained largely unknown. There were no extant records, no logs only, an enigmatic silence. For nearly a decade, it was as if they had seamlessly integrated into the very stones of the Temple Mount. When they finally re-emerged, the landscape of their influence dramatically transformed. By 1129, the Templars had transcended their obscure origins as a small band of warrior monks. At the Council of Troyes, they received formal recognition from the Church. Bernard of Clairvaux, a highly influential abbot and later saint, composed an effusive treatise praising them, hailing them as a new knighthood. In an epoch where soldiers frequently engaged in sin and clergy often indulged in luxury, the Templars presented a distinct paradox: devout killers who submitted solely to divine authority. The Church's approval led to a deluge of donations. Nobles bestowed land, peasants offered their sons, and kings granted them immense power. Within a single generation, They were no longer impoverished, but had become an indomitable force. However, the events of those 9 years of silence remain profoundly mysterious. What precisely did they unearth beneath the Temple Mount? This is where the historical narrative diverges from verifiable documents and enters the realm of speculation. Subsequent claims, often dismissed as fantastical, recount excavations, discovered scrolls, and hidden vaults. The notion that the Templars encountered something ancient and volatile has fueled centuries of conjecture. While definitive evidence is lacking, certain details persistently resist easy dismissal. One account, embedded in the writings of a 19th-century antiquarian, refers to a chamber purportedly discovered beneath Al-Aqsa, adorned with peculiar markings, Hebrew characters, alongside older, unfamiliar glyphs, unknown to Crusader scholars. Another narrative, preserved in the annals of a German monk decades later, describes Templar knights silently removing sacred objects under the cloak of night, their destination unknown. Here, legend and historical reality intertwine, much like incense swirling in cathedral light. Some theories suggest the Templars uncovered relics, perhaps originating from the First Temple. Others propose they discovered ancient knowledge pre-Christian texts, blueprints of immense power, or esoteric wisdom suppressed by the early church. Even the Ark of the Covenant has been interwoven into these theories. Again, concrete proof remains elusive. However, the true significance lies not merely in what they might have found, but in their subsequent conduct, their unwavering certainty, their resolute purpose, as if they had witnessed something inherently worth safeguarding at any cost. Historians frequently debate the plausibility of such assertions. Were the Templars merely pious warriors who fortuitously ascended at an opportune moment? Or was their precipitous elevation from an obscure group of 9 individuals to the most formidable order in Christendom, catalyzed by a more deliberate, strategic discovery? Some scholars posit that their presence on the Temple Mount was simply a matter of convenience, a grant from King Baldwin II. Yet, others quietly question why no other group throughout Jerusalem's extensive history had utilized that specific space in the same manner. Why, if nothing significant resided there, did they remain so long without recruiting, expanding, or openly communicating? The enigma deepens upon examining the Templars' internal structure. Most monastic orders maintained transparent hierarchies and regulations. The Templars, conversely, operated on multiple strata. The Grand Master held public authority, but beneath him, layers of secrecy emerged. Specific knowledge was transmitted orally, initiation rites were veiled in ritual, and records, when maintained, were often encoded or destroyed after use. It appears they swiftly understood that survival necessitated obscurity, and that power was most effectively wielded from behind a shroud. There is also the intriguing matter of their immediate connections with other esoteric groups. While Freemasonry would not formally emerge for centuries, parallels in symbolism, philosophical tenets, and initiation oaths are striking. The use of geometric symbolism, the profound reverence for Solomon's temple, and the emphasis on concealed truths transmitted through chosen lineages all resonate along a historical continuum, originating in 1119. Nevertheless, to maintain a historical anchor, one fact remains undisputed. The Templars were founded in Jerusalem and rapidly became an unprecedented force in the medieval world. This much is clear. Yet, around this core fact, an ever-expanding cloud of obscure details, unresolved questions, and scholarly contention spirals. Why did the Church embrace them so unequivocally? Why were they granted privileges typically reserved for bishops and monarchs? And why did they, even then, act as if they were already protecting something that transcended royal authority? Perhaps the most compelling explanation lies not in documents or artifacts, but in the extensive network the Templars subsequently constructed. Within 2 generations, they possessed commanderies in every corner of Europe, functioning not merely as fortresses, but as sophisticated data hubs of the medieval era. They facilitated the movement of gold, letters of credit, and confidential information, all originating from those initial 9 nights, a holy city, and the profound silence of buried stone. As one contemplates the ancient dust of Jerusalem's past, one begins to discern a distinct pulse of something unfulfilled, a sense that this was never solely a brotherhood of warriors. It was an intricate mechanism, a conduit, and whatever they discovered beneath that temple, they carried it with them into the historical blind spots. Returning to that sun-drenched plateau, the Temple Mount, where silence often conceals the shimmer of history, one recalls the 9 years the early Templars designated it as their abode. Yet, they did not merely reside upon the ancient foundations. They burrowed, excavated, and descended. It is here, within the very dust associated with Solomon's temple, that the initial, profound riddle begins to unfold. According to all official accounts, the Templars occupied the Al-Aqsa Mosque through the munificence of King Baldwin II. However, few medieval chroniclers appeared curious as to why the king would entrust such a prized religious complex to merely 9 obscure knights. There were no grand battalions of soldiers, no parade of noble benefactors, just 9 men moving beneath Jerusalem like wraiths. It is as if their mission specifically demanded stillness, time, and absolute privacy. Later excavations, both modern and those conducted unofficially, have uncovered traces of their activities. Beneath the mosque, near the southern wall, an intricate network of tunnels and chambers exists, some hewn deep into the bedrock. Archaeologists approach their assessments with caution, carefully navigating the geopolitical sensitivities inherent to Jerusalem. Nevertheless, whispers have persisted since the 19th century, when British explorers Charles Wilson and Charles Warren descended into the substructures. They reportedly found not only cisterns and foundational elements, but also spaces that appeared altered, touched, not by ancient masons, but by deliberate hands from a considerably later period. One chamber, famously dubbed the Well of Souls, lies beneath the Dome of the Rock. While long associated with mystical lore from Islamic traditions, such as the Prophet Muhammad's ascension and Christian visions of divine judgment, certain fringe researchers propose that it was reaccessed by the Templars, who may have utilized or even expanded such areas. This theory initially appears fanciful, until one examines the peculiar stone etchings reported by 19th century visitors, geometric symbols, and partially erased lines that bear a resemblance to both early Hebrew and Proto-Latin markings. Their authenticity remains a subject of debate, but their existence, their documented description, and their alignment with known Templar symbolism form a tantalizing web of possibilities. A more pragmatic theory suggests that the Templars were not primarily seeking spiritual relics, but ancient documents. Jerusalem had historically been a crucible of empires. The first temple, constructed by Solomon, was said to house unimaginable treasures, encompassing not merely gold and precious metals, but also scrolls, writings, maps, and intricate instructions. When the Babylonians sacked it in 586 BCE, many such texts vanished. Some were destroyed, others, according to Jewish tradition, were concealed by priests in secret compartments beneath the sanctuary. Centuries later, the Second Temple arose, yet its foundations were never entirely new. What was interred largely remained interred. Therefore, it is conceivable that the Templars, armed with both biblical reverence and whispered knowledge, possibly transmitted through Eastern Christian monks, initiated their own quest, not for the Holy Grail, not yet, but for something far more ancient, the architectural blueprints of belief, texts predating even the Roman Empire. Obscure Templar inventories, discovered in later commanderies across Europe, occasionally list items that appear anachronistic. One refers to scrolls in copper bindings. Another, translated from Old French, mentions maps of divine patterning. While these could be forgeries or romanticized later editions, even fabricated entries often possess indicative characteristics. Someone imagined them for a reason. The Church's official stance on these matters was invariably cautious. Publicly, The Vatican dismissed such notions as heretical fantasy. Yet, curiously, even centuries later, significant restrictions have been placed on archaeological activity beneath the Temple Mount. The stated reasons involve political interfaith sensitivity or safety concerns. Nevertheless, one might ponder why excavation is prohibited in a space where history ardently demands exploration. One compelling theory postulates that the Templars may have recovered ancient cosmological diagrams, star maps, or sacred geometry charts, illustrating the movements of constellations in relation to temple placements across the ancient world. These ideas, though unprovable, are echoed in their subsequent architectural endeavors in Europe. Templar churches, such as the renowned Round Church in London or those in Tomar and Segovia, frequently incorporate celestial alignments. While perfect congruence is not always achieved, the underlying intention, the concept, persists. There is also the persistent matter of the Ark of the Covenant, that great biblical container lost to history, which has shadowed numerous theories linked to the Templars. While mainstream historians generally reject such suggestions, a few point to ancient Ethiopian traditions that locate the Ark in Axum, guarded by a priesthood whose symbols bear an uncanny resemblance to Templar crosses. This could be mere coincidence. However, one account, orally transmitted within a remote Ethiopian monastery, describes white warriors from the north who arrived not to plunder but to bear witness. This vague description dates to the mid-12th century, precisely when the Templars were most active. Perhaps the most enigmatic whisper of all is this: the 9 knights who eventually returned to Europe were fundamentally altered. They no longer comported themselves as minor nobles. Their requests to the church were bold and highly specific. Their organization emerged fully structured, as if already matured. It is as though they possessed foreknowledge of what they were constructing, as if they had discovered something that provided them with a blueprint, a profound purpose, or even a prophecy. What precisely did they retrieve from beneath the Temple Mount? No surviving manifests, no confirmed relics, and no papal admissions exist. Yet, the transformation that followed speaks more profoundly than any parchment. A humble fraternity of men became the custodians of Europe's wealth. Kings deferred to them. The church tolerated their independence, and beneath their distinctive seal, the Twin Riders, another message may have been encoded: duality, embodying body and spirit, earth and heaven, soldier and sage. The very foundations of Solomon's temple may have imparted this lesson, that true power resided not in the sword, but in the narrative underpinning it. That hidden knowledge, once glimpsed, compelled an allegiance stronger than any earthly law. Nevertheless, many questions remain unresolved. Were the tunnels beneath Jerusalem genuinely carved by Templar hands, or were they merely adapted from older infrastructure? Are the symbols found there authentic, or are they wishful projections of modern mythmakers? Was there ever truly a discovery, or merely the illusion of one fostered to galvanize a movement? These debates quietly simmer in the dusty corners of academia, where evidence must yield to rigorous peer review. However, in the hushed, candle-lit ambience of this narrative, a different perspective emerges, a pattern, a silence too structured to be accidental. The Templars were not aimless custodians. They were meticulous curators of knowledge that we may never fully comprehend. But it all commenced beneath those ancient stones, where the temple once stood and perhaps still subtly communicates its secrets. One discovers the Order's most significant secret, not on a battlefield or within a courtroom, but through the meticulous arithmetic of their ledgers. The poor knights were, by indisputable historical fact, both moneylenders and custodians of assets, long before the emergence of modern banking institutions. Nobles entrusted them with precious jewels, merchants deposited currency in their vaults, and pilgrims handed over their savings for safekeeping while traversing perilous routes. This is not mere conjecture, it is verifiable financial history. Surviving charters and account books unequivocally demonstrate the Order's function as an international fiscal network, predating the modern concept of banking. Their financial role began pragmatically. A knight journeying from France to Jerusalem might prudently avoid transporting gold across bandit-infested passes. Consequently, the order's commanderies could accept deposits and issue letters of credit, a medieval precursor to contemporary travelers' checks. This practice proliferated with quiet efficacy. Commanderies evolved beyond military barracks. They operated as treasuries, exchange points, and administrative centers. One can envision a fortress whose stonework concealed not only armaments and standards, but also columns of figures and names that delineated financial dependencies across continents. Funds traversed these channels with a discretion that would astound modern auditors. Herein lies a controversial interpretation that continues to provoke academic debate. The order's financial network was not merely a convenience. It may have provided them with strategic leverage in negotiations with monarchs and even the papacy. When a sovereign required troops, funding was imperative. When Rome launched a crusade, coin and credit were indispensable. The Templars possessed the unique capacity to extend credit, transfer assets across national borders, and provide guarantees that rendered large-scale expeditions feasible. Critics assert that this is an anachronistic reading of routine services. Others, more cautiously, highlight documented privileges that rendered the order a uniquely autonomous economic entity. Both perspectives are supported by evidence, yet neither fully resolves the underlying question. An obscure detail rarely featured in popular retellings concerns the physical form of some of their holdings, which encompassed not solely coin and chalices, but also secured documents, sealed contracts, and what a few contemporaneous catalogues term iron-bound instruments and keys of safekeeping. In one translated inventory from a French preceptory, a clerk itemizes a coffer containing sealed instruments iron-bound with wax impressions of many hands. This reads more like an excerpt from a legal clerk's notes than a romanticized chronicle of crusading. The implication is both practical and profound. These were legal instruments, tools of trust, records capable of proving lineage, transferring property, or enforcing obligations. Parchment was inherently fragile, but a sealed instrument, reinforced with metal and attested by notaries, could withstand political upheaval. An ongoing scholarly debate persists. Did logistical competence gradually evolve into political influence, or did the order consistently adhere to a narrow, functional remit? One school of thought insists they deliberately cultivated wealth to finance military campaigns and charitable endeavors without aspiring to sovereign power. Another contends that institutional wealth invariably engenders political power, and that the Templars strategically employed economic leverage to protect their privileges, negotiate treaties, and shape geopolitical outcomes. Evidence supports both charitable acts and loans to nobles, as well as legal exemptions that function as bargaining chips. This tension lies at the core of the mystery. How does a fraternity sworn to poverty become indispensable to kingdoms without itself becoming a kingdom? One is reminded of the tunnels beneath the Temple Mount, which were initially considered mere legend. Ledgers and letters traversed analogous invisible routes, with ink performing the work typically associated with pickaxes. Vaults, fundamentally, are not exclusively repositories for treasure. They are also sites for the relocation of power. Documents could solidify obligations across generations. A property deed safeguarded in a Templar chest could secure a noble family's lineage. A sealed letter could confirm an alliance. In a world where dynasties were established and dissolved through marital and inheritance arrangements, an institution capable of substantiating or refuting a claim wielded silent authority. The order's clerks effectively functioned as historians and arbitrators, preserving information until its significance became paramount. There is also the peculiar and seldom discussed practice of coded accountancy. Some inventories employed ciphered notations, shorthand marks, and symbols that did not conform to ordinary numerals. Whether this was for efficiency, encryption, or a combination thereof remains debated. One might envision a merchant seeking to conceal assets from inquisitive rivals. A Templar chest could be discreetly marked with an innocuous symbol, while the true key resided in a clerk's memory. An alternative theory suggests these marks were simple clerical abbreviations, subsequently misinterpreted by later readers as deliberate codes. In either scenario, the presence of non-standard markings in extant ledgers suggests that privacy, rather than publicity, was often the order's principal currency. Their extensive financial reach carried inherent risks. In the 12th century, a documented case illustrates the Templars acting as mediators when a continental noble died without a clear heir. The order safeguarded documents that established lineage, and by discreetly ensuring a lawful transfer, they averted feuds that could have resulted in widespread bloodshed. This represents the benign aspect of their influence. A darker dimension emerged when debts became uncollectible. Records from English courts reveal lawsuits involving Templar agents contesting claims over loans or property. While the order frequently served as a neutral custodian, it occasionally became embroiled in disputes that blurred the lines between ecclesiastical immunity and secular law. The protection they offered could be construed as interference, and the exemptions they enjoyed as unfair advantage. One might question how an institution pledged to poverty amassed such vast resources without succumbing to corruption. The explanation lies in their corporate structure. Individual brothers were prohibited from possessing personal wealth, but the order itself accumulated assets collectively. Wealth was institutional rather than personal. This arrangement facilitated large-scale projects, hospitals, bridges, fortifications funded by pooled resources that no single knight could misappropriate. In practice, this rendered the order remarkably resilient. The removal of one leader did not halt its operations. However, it also rendered them an enticing target. When envy or political expediency demanded a scapegoat, a wealthy institution was more readily accused than 100 dispersed nobles. Their material contributions profoundly reshaped Europe's landscape. Templar funds financed hospices for pilgrims, supported hospitals, and underwrote fortifications along crucial trade routes. These tangible accomplishments garnered goodwill and practical indispensability. A monarch could not easily punish an institution that provided essential infrastructure, security, and charitable services. Legal privileges consequently followed. This feedback loop intensified until the order assumed a quasi-public role, ostensibly private but indispensable, religious yet profoundly economic. Here is a detail most historical accounts overlook. Their treasuries functioned as vital arteries of medieval life, injecting currency into public works that benefited a multitude. And yet, such prominence carried inherent vulnerability. Monarchies, clergy, and rivals observed them with a mixture of envy and strategic calculation. The more the Templars shielded assets within stone vaults and coded ledgers, the more the desire for control intensified. When later accusations of heresy, obscene rites, or blasphemous practices emerged, the motives of the accusers were not always purely spiritual. A list of debtors discovered in a confiscated chest could expose alliances valuable to a crown. A sealed contract, opened at the opportune moment, could redirect inheritances. The inquisitorial focus on immorality occasionally masked a more profound pursuit of economic leverage. It is tempting to suggest that history's bankers make for the most uninteresting headlines. Yet, ledgers, not helmets, frequently provided the most compelling motives for dramatic accusations. Medieval accounting may not appear captivating, but it averted more conflicts than any celebratory treaty. Consider monks debating interest rates, while strategists contended over borders, less swordplay, more ledger play. This perspective humanizes the order, devout, pragmatic, and occasionally vexed by arithmetic. They were not mythical shadow masters, they were individuals who counted, and upon whom others counted. In one preserved instance, a Templar courier transported a sealed letter from Acre to Paris, enabling a land transfer without the nobleman ever having to traverse a dangerous road. For contemporaries, this was revolutionary. For subsequent monarchs, it became a tool of negotiation. The existence of such systems facilitated political maneuvers on a scale previously impractical. Some scholars emphasize the technical efficiency, while others highlight the broader implications of an institution capable of invisibly moving trust across national boundaries. Another curious detail involves mnemonic devices and concise symbolic phrases that occasionally substituted for sensitive documents. When a contract was too risky for plain transcription, a verse or symbol could serve as a key, known exclusively to trusted clerks. This fusion of poetry and cryptography protected interests when parchment itself might have constituted a liability. When the arrests eventually occurred, inquisitors rummaging through vaults sought not only alleged blasphemies, but also the order's ledgers. Those pages could reveal alliances, debts, and secrets more valuable to a crown than any rumor. Thus, the narrative of the Templars' financial power is far from mundane. It represents the quiet, precise engine that transformed devotion into influence, and influence into the catalyst for their dramatic downfall. One begins to discern the unease, the delicate interplay between established history and the undercurrents that breathe beneath it. The Templars were never solely warriors. They were archivists, custodians of something that resonated beneath doctrine, beneath kings and councils, something more ancient than scripture and considerably more volatile. Knowledge, forbidden, protected, dangerous knowledge, not merely what they acquired, but what they chose to conceal, and from whom. In their nascent years, the order's theological foundations adhered to orthodoxy. They answered to the Pope, revered Christ, and pledged their swords in defense of the Church. However, over decades of immersion in ancient cultures, obscure texts, and Eastern mysticism, a discernible shift occurred. They lived among Greek-speaking Christians, Jewish scholars, and Muslim philosophers, fostering relationships with Sufi mystics and drawing from intellectual traditions unsanctioned by the Roman hierarchy. What they brought back from these frontiers encompassed not only gold or relics, but also transformative ideas. One firmly established historical fact that remains impossible to disregard is the Templars' meticulously managed libraries. These collections contain not merely prayer books and martial manuals, but also rare scrolls, translated works, and apocryphal writings acquired from Byzantine monks, Jewish scribes, and Syrian Christian repositories. Upon their return to Europe, they did not discard these texts. They painstakingly copied and preserved them, sometimes in Latin, often in cipher. Some of these fragments persist, such as the Times, Chanson de Gesta, Times with its peculiar interpolations, or liturgical manuscripts bearing annotations in Greek or even Arabic. A handful have been authenticated, many more are rumored. Their locations whispered in Templar inventories that, after 1307, regrettably vanished into ash. One obscure and frequently overlooked detail pertains to the Vatican's Times Index Librorum Prohibitorum asterisk, the Church's own centuries later list of banned books. A few texts listed in the 16th century bear titles corresponding to fragments reportedly held in Templar libraries. Asterisk, the Liber de Spiritu Mundi asterisk, for instance, a mystical cosmology attributed to a forgotten Eastern bishop, appears in both lists. This could be a coincidence, or perhaps a memory too persistent to erase. A theory, though not universally accepted but academically resilient, posits that the Templars possessed translations of Hermetic writings long before their re-emergence in the Renaissance. It suggests they preserved fragments of the Times Corpus Hermeticum asterisk, early alchemical texts, astrological treatises, and secret gospels suppressed by Rome. This theory is supported not by direct evidence, but by the sudden reappearance of such works in locations historically connected to Templar commanderies. Florence, Lisbon, Marseille. How these texts endured centuries of purges remains a profound question, the answer to which may lie in the clandestine nature of the hands that safeguarded them. A fervent scholarly debate quietly persists among medievalists. Did the Templars intentionally conceal heretical texts, Or were they simply tolerant of intellectual diversity? One faction insists the order was pragmatic, retaining any knowledge that might serve military or logistical objectives. Another believes they veered into Gnosticism, embracing esoteric doctrines concerning the divine spark and cosmic duality. And then there are those who claim they carried fragments of the Dead Sea Scrolls, or even the elusive Gospel of Judas, smuggled out of the Levant in iron-bound chests under ecclesiastical exemptions. Again, definitive proof is absent only fragments, patterns, and conspicuous disappearances. What is demonstrably proven is this. When the Inquisition commenced its interrogations, one of the more peculiar charges was that the Templars worshipped a head. Some referred to it as Baphomet, others described it as bearded, lifelike, and even divine. One testimony claimed it spoke and offered counsel. Another, more unsettling, asserted it whispered secrets to those who dared to touch it. Was this an idol, a relic, a reliquary containing a mummified head? Or, as one heterodox hypothesis suggests, a symbolic representation of preserved knowledge, of time's gnosis, times itself? Modern historians typically dismiss such accounts as the tortured hallucinations of frightened individuals. Yet, the specificity of these testimonies, geographically dispersed across France, Germany, and Italy, is difficult to ignore. A strange consistency endures. A head, a source of wisdom, a guarded secret. Might the Templars have created a mythic object to embody the concept of forbidden truth, something not intended for common scripture, but for those initiated, tested, and proven? This notion resonates through the later practices of certain Masonic lodges. In 18th century Scottish rite rituals, an allegorical degree centers on the Master's word, a sacred utterance spoken only in secret and transmitted through veiled language. Some researchers trace these rites back through the labyrinth of Templar symbols, noting shared motifs: the beehive, the skull, the two-pillar gate. Each represents elements of preserved wisdom, each pointing backward rather than forward. A subtle recollection arises: the coded ledgers, the memory, locked phrases, the iron-bound chests. Could these not also have concealed knowledge rather than solely credit? If a banker conceals a deed, a priest may conceal a gospel, the same tools, different stakes. Then there is the matter of Templar architecture. Not the grand cathedrals, but their more intimate chapels. In London, Metz and Tomar, their distinctive round churches emulate the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. However, many incorporate peculiar carvings, astrological wheels, green men emerging from capitals, and pentagrams barely visible beneath layers of paint. Scholars debate whether these were decorative, symbolic, or accidental. Others observe that such motifs rarely appear in the churches of other monastic orders. Why then, here? Why these particular symbols? And why are they so deliberately positioned? A subtle jest among esotericists suggests that the Templars were not punished for heresy, but for being excessively curious, too adept at concealing what others feared. And this thread is palpable throughout their history. A discipline of silence, a reverence for secrecy, knowledge perceived as a burden, not a blessing. Was their heresy then not a belief, but an archive? One contemplates this idea that books, not swords, provoked the wrath of kings, that what perished in the fires of Paris encompassed not merely flesh, but also memory, and that somewhere, in a vault forgotten by time, a sealed codex still slumbers, awaiting candlelight and a reader possessing the appropriate question. The narrative now shifts to the most captivating thread within this complex tapestry: the Holy Grail. For centuries, poets, clerics, and seekers have pursued its elusive glimmer: a cup, a vessel, a stone, a multifaceted symbol. Its physical manifestation changes, but its mystical allure remains constant. It is the ultimate enigma, and inevitably, the Templars perpetually linger in its shadow. The connection is not direct. No early Templar document explicitly refers to a grail, nor is any knight recorded as having confessed to guarding it. Yet, when Chrétien de Troyes composed his times, Percival times in the late 12th century, the inaugural text to mention the Grail, its emergence precisely coincided with the zenith of Templar ascendancy. In subsequent decades, numerous romances flourished across Europe, each weaving the Grail into chivalric lore. By the early 13th century, the Grail and the Templars had become inextricably linked in the Western imagination. This was not a factual association, but a powerful magnetic one. What precisely was the Grail? For some, it was the chalice Christ used at the Last Supper. For others, it was the vessel that collected his blood at the crucifixion. Still others perceived it as a stone fallen from heaven, imbued with celestial power. In Wolfram von Eschenbach's times Parzival *, the Grail is depicted not as a cup at all, but as a mysterious stone guarded by a secret brotherhood, the Templis times or Templars. This is not coincidental. Von Eschenbach, writing in the early 13th century, was likely influenced by Crusader culture. His Grail Knights bear a striking resemblance to Templars, not solely in name but also in their structure, a celibate, noble, militant brotherhood safeguarding a sacred mystery. It was fiction, undoubtedly, but fiction profoundly shaped by observation. The Templars had become mythological, even during their lifetime. An obscure yet revealing clue resides in Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland. Constructed in the 15th century by the Sinclair family, long rumoured to be Templar sympathisers, the chapel is replete with enigmatic carvings, plants indigenous to the New World, predating Columbus's voyages, angelic musicians holding unconventional instruments, and a central motif echoing the flower of life. Beneath the chapel's floor, according to local traditions, lies a hidden vault. Access is restricted, and no clear explanation is offered for this prohibition. However, some claim the vault contains documents, or even the Grail itself. Another site, less romanticized and more austere, is the ruined fortress of Gisors in Normandy, once a Templar stronghold. It became the subject of a peculiar mid-20th century claim by a gardener named Roger Lamy. He swore that in 1944 he discovered a concealed chamber beneath the castle, filled with sarcophagi, chests, and gold. Local officials dismissed his account. Decades later, amateur excavators attempted to follow his directions, but the entrance had reportedly collapsed. Was this a delusion, a fabrication, or a crucial clue now lost to time? Scholars remain divided. The mainstream academic perspective maintains that the Grail is a literary invention, a product of troubadour culture and high medieval symbolism. Yet, others argue that the Grail's pervasive presence across diverse geographies, languages, and genres suggests something more profound than mere fantasy. It reflects a shared memory, a veiled truth. Furthermore, there is the matter of the Templars' own internal rituals. While no authenticated rulebook describes Grail-like artifacts, trial testimonies during the Inquisition allude to secret objects, heads, books, cups, used in ceremonies unsanctioned by Rome. While testimony extracted under duress is inherently unreliable, the consistency of these symbols across broad regions raises challenging questions. Why a vessel? Why a head? Why a secret transmitted from night to night? The enduring question remains, was the Grail real? Not necessarily in the cinematic sense of a glowing cup granting immortality, but as an object of veneration, a relic representing a divine lineage, suppressed knowledge, or sacred power. Could it have been a long-buried gospel, a chalice passed down through a heterodox bloodline, a map pointing not to a material treasure, but to a profound truth? Some believe the Grail is not an object at all, but a potent symbol of the divine feminine, a womb, a vessel of life, a bloodline. This interpretation directly connects to later legends of the Merovingian kings. And once again, the Templars are implicated as protectors of a lineage rather than a mere artifact. A fascinating recollection emerges when considering the scrolls and forbidden knowledge reportedly concealed beneath the Temple Mount. If the Grail was not an artifact but a doctrine, a suppressed truth concerning divinity, blood, and authority, then the Templars may indeed have safeguarded it, not in gold, but in parchment, not interred beneath Rosslyn or Gisors, but encoded in rituals transmitted through whispers and maintained in silence. A story, more mythical than historical, recounts a Templar knight on trial who, when asked what secret the order protected, simply stated, "We guard what the Church fears." What could this entail? A relic, a truth, a human being? It becomes almost paradoxical how this singular object, whose very existence is questionable, exerts such a gravitational pull across centuries. It appears in operas, paintings, Nazi treasure hunts, and New Age retreats. It is found in stories whispered in the hushed corners of cathedrals, in wine-dark shadows where both clerics and poets hesitate to tread. And invariably, its guardians are the same: the knights in white cloaks, the warriors who became archivists, the men who instinctively knew when to recede from public view. Perhaps this is the Grail's ultimate lesson: not revelation, but deferral; not the light itself, but the veil drawn over it. Consequently, the question persists, not as a mere line in a dusty manuscript, but as a resonant hum beneath the very skin of history. Did they discover it? Did they partake of it? Or did they bury it so profoundly that even memory itself has forgotten the path? The narrative now ventures into precarious territory, concerning not merely relics or abstract ideas, but human beings living flesh, breathing blood. The theory is straightforward, scandalous, and stubbornly persistent: that the Knights Templar were not solely guarding sacred artifacts or clandestine gospels, but actively protecting a bloodline, a literal lineage, a family descended from something that would profoundly destabilize the very foundations of Christian orthodoxy. The assertion is that Jesus of Nazareth fathered children, and that his descendants survived. One might pause, perhaps scoffing. This concept, popularized by novels and documentaries, is frequently dismissed by academics as pseudo-historical fantasy. Yet, it steadfastly refuses to dissipate, much like the Templars themselves. This hypothesis hinges upon a singular, potentially blasphemous question: what if Mary Magdalene was not simply a devoted follower, but Jesus' wife? Certain early Christian sects indeed held this belief. Gnostic texts unearthed at Nag Hammadi refer to her as the companion of Christ, a term which, in specific ancient Greek contexts, implied spousal intimacy. The Gospel of Philip, apocryphal yet compelling, describes him kissing her often, leading to the jealousy of the male disciples. Again, interpretation is nuanced, but the tone suggests a closeness far exceeding the sanitized relationships later canonized by Rome. From this initial seed, a sprawling genealogical tree emerges. If Mary bore children, perhaps in secrecy, perhaps clandestinely transported to safety after the crucifixion, then the narrative of Christianity itself transforms from a purely spiritual account into a dynastic one. The divine becomes hereditary, and those children, if they existed, would have imperiled the authority of both the Church and the Empire. An heir to the kingdom of heaven, not metaphorically, but by direct blood descent. Here, the Templars assume a pivotal role, not as enforcers of doctrine, but as custodians of a truth too volatile for public disclosure. The theory suggests that during their tenure in the Holy Land, they either recovered definitive records or absorbed oral traditions confirming this sacred bloodline. Some proponents believe they protected direct descendants, living individuals connected to this lineage, discreetly integrated within European nobility, perhaps even intermarried. The Merovingians, the early kings of what would become France, have long been a favored focus of this speculation. Described as long-haired, semi-divine figures who were abruptly deposed, their narrative aligns uncomfortably well with the pattern of a lineage strategically suppressed. An obscure detail warrants attention. The Templars extended unusual protection to certain French noble families whose genealogies trace back to southern Gaul, the very region where the Cathars, another persecuted Christian sect, deeply venerated Mary Magdalene. Certain Templar commanderies in this area, were notably well-funded and constructed within regions considered heterodox. Is this coincidence or kinship? A document, undoubtedly apocryphal, known as the Times Dossier Secrets de Henri Lobineau *, emerged in the 20th century, purporting to trace the survival of Christ's bloodline through centuries. It connects the Prieuré de Sion, an alleged secret society, to both the Templars and these supposed descendants. Mainstream historians have debunked this document as a forgery. However, curiously, some of the family names and dates enumerated align with records found in early Templar archives. Again, is this a discernible pattern or a projection of preconceived notions? There is a peculiar resonance in the confessions of Jacques de Molay, the final Grand Master of the Templars. While subjected to torture and interrogation, he made several cryptic statements referring to the head, the light, and what was passed in blood. Some interpret these as metaphorical allusions, others do not. The possibility that the Order's final guardians were actively protecting a person, or a truth embodied in a bloodline, subtly pervades the historical record like a phantom. An unresolved question continues to fuel scholarly debate. If the Templars indeed believed in a sacred lineage, why maintain its secrecy? Why not proclaim it? The conventional answer points to survival. Any challenge to the Church's claim of spiritual authority, derived through St. Peter rather than biological descent from Christ, would have been brutally suppressed. By concealing the secret, the Templars retained leverage. A hidden heir serves as a potent tool. A declared Messiah becomes an immediate target. More provocatively, some suggest the Templars may not have merely protected the bloodline, but actively controlled it, intricately interwoven with nobility, hidden in plain sight. If this sounds conspiratorial, consider the Templars' extensive landholdings, frequently adjacent to noble estates. They hosted marriages, baptized children, and even educated heirs. Their role in aristocratic life was not tangential, it was structural. And if one sought to subtly guide history from within, what better method than to be the discreet confidant in every royal court, the whisperer behind the throne, the guardian of a name that, if revealed, would unravel the Church's monopoly on salvation? One recalls the earlier motif, the Grail, envisioned not as a cup, but as a womb, a vessel. In this context, the Grail becomes symbolic of Mary Magdalene herself, or of the lineage she bore. It is an elegant, if disquieting, fusion of mythology and biology, one that redefines the entire Grail quest as a search not for artifacts, but for legitimate heirs. This brings to mind those Templar ledgers and legal instruments. What if some of those sealed contracts pertained not to land or currency, but to inheritance, genealogies, paternity, and marital arrangements, discrete records that tethered the sacred to the secular? A knight, armed with a sword, protecting a scroll that confirmed the divine right of a boy, slumbering in a monastery. There is another obscure connection, the village of Rennes-le-Château in southern France. There, a 19th century priest named Berenger Saunière undertook sudden and inexplicable renovations to his church, incorporating esoteric symbols, inscriptions referencing Mary Magdalene, and frescoes that diverged significantly from traditional iconography. He died with untold secrets and a strangely unaccounted-for estate. Some believe he discovered Templar-era documents confirming the bloodline hypothesis. Again, concrete proof is absent only fragments, intricate puzzles, and sufficient anomalies to sustain enduring curiosity. To this day, certain European lineages quietly assert descent from Jesus and Mary Magdalene. Their claims are publicly derided, but privately maintained. Some allege these families retain ancient Templar artifacts, documents, or rituals hidden within estate vaults. They do not seek publicity. Indeed, they actively avoid it, but they whisper. And within these whispers lies the trace of something deeper. One must then ask, was the Church's gravest threat not heresy, but a dynastic inheritance, a divine bloodline that the institution could not control? a truth that placed authority not in doctrine, but in genetic lineage. This knowledge was not intended for public consumption. That is the very essence of its power. The narrative unfolds through shadows, deliberately avoiding public forums, preferring to be recounted in stone halls and by candlelight. The Templars, whatever their knowledge, chose silence over revelation, protection over overt power. And perhaps that is what truly renders them perilous, not their actions, but their deliberate reticence. One begins to perceive it not through words, but through the very stone itself. In the precise manner sunlight permeates certain windows at a specific hour, in the silent symmetry of columns, the subtle inclination of a nave, the peculiar placement of an emblem discreetly nestled above an arch, where it would typically escape common observation. The Templars, it is evident, were not merely soldiers and financiers, they were profound builders. And their constructions were not merely functional, they were encoded. Initially, their structures appear unassuming. Round churches, austere fortresses, utilitarian halls. However, as one traverses the hushed corridors of Tomar in Portugal, or the circular nave of the Temple Church in London, or the fortified commanderies dispersed across Languedoc and Castile, a discernible pattern emerges. These were not solely places of worship or defense. They were diagrams rendered in stone, silent texts, intricate machines of memory. The Templars possessed a distinct architectural signature. Many of their churches were circular, an uncommon design in medieval Christendom, where most cathedrals adhered to the traditional Latin crossplan. This circular layout emulated the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, the site believed to contain Christ's tomb. However, some scholars contend it also referenced older traditions, Roman temples, Mithraic sanctuaries, or even megalithic structures aligned with celestial phenomena. The symbolism of the circle eternal, unbroken, transcended diverse cultures, and the Templars' consistent adoption of it cannot be dismissed as a mere decorative caprice. An obscure detail persists in the floor of the Temple Church in London, a mosaic pattern that, when meticulously measured, forms a simplified representation of the Tree of Life, a central glyph in Kabbalistic mysticism. Was this intentional? Some historians argue for coincidence. Others point to the Templars' documented interactions with Jewish scholars in the Holy Land. They may not have been Kabbalists themselves, but they were astute observers, recipients, and adapters. And what they learned in the East, they subtly integrated into the very mortar of the West. Even more intriguing are the structural alignments of their buildings. Some are oriented not merely to the east, as was customary for most churches, but to specific stars or solstice points. A chapel in Tomar, for instance, allows the sun to strike its altar precisely during the spring equinox. Another in Scotland frames the sunrise on Street, John's Day, a date with layered significance in both Christian and Masonic calendars. These alignments are difficult to explain as purely practical decisions. They suggest deliberate intention, not solely in form, but in temporal synchronization. This has led some researchers to propose that Templar architecture functioned as a form of cosmological map, not merely delineating sacred space, but anchoring it within the rhythms of the heavens. If so, they were not constructing for comfort or defense. They were creating sanctuaries that mirrored the cosmic order temples in the most profound sense. This resonates with the coded ledgers, the whispered gospels, the forbidden knowledge. If the Templars indeed preserved ancient wisdom, architecture would have provided the most secure repository. Stones cannot be subjected to torture, arches cannot confess, geometry cannot be immolated at the stake. Another unresolved question is whether these designs originated with the Templars themselves or with guilds operating under their instruction. Some believe the order employed, or perhaps mentored, a class of master masons who would later disseminate the philosophies of Freemasonry. Indeed, many of the earliest Masonic symbols, the compass, the square, the all-seeing eye echo elements, found carved into Templar structures. The link is speculative, yet persistent, and it might explain how certain architectural motifs endured the order's destruction. not through books, but through blueprints. One of the most compelling and controversial examples lies within the Château de Chinon. Beneath this fortress, where Jacques de Molay and other Templar leaders were imprisoned, archaeologists discovered graffiti carved into the dungeon walls. Among the symbols were crosses, ships, stars, and what appears to be a labyrinth. Some believe these were merely desperate marks made by bored or dying men. Others contend they represent a final transmission, a coded message left behind by an order aware of its impending demise. The labyrinth itself is an ancient symbol, signifying passage, transformation, and rebirth. Its presence, scratched into stone by those facing death, suggests something more profound than idle sketching, perhaps a statement of faith or a final riddle. Templar castles also defy simple categorization. They seamlessly integrated monastic and military functions, featuring hidden passages, subterranean crypts, and chambers whose precise purpose remains ambiguous. Some, like the fortress at Safed in the Holy Land, incorporated observatories, or at least high towers with aligned sightlines that could be used to track stars. Their commanderies frequently included water systems far more sophisticated than necessary, with cisterns positioned in geometrically precise layouts, mirroring patterns found in sacred Islamic and Jewish architecture. A historian once remarked that Templar buildings appear as if they were intended to be read as much as entered. There is truth in this observation. The carvings, proportions, and alignments hint at meanings beyond mere function. A vertical line is not solely structural support. It signifies ascent. A rose window is not merely a source of light. It represents revelation. A concealed chamber is not merely storage. It embodies memory folded inward. One obscure case remains particularly haunting. In a rural commandery in Provence, a ceiling fresco was uncovered during restoration. It had been obscured by paint for centuries. Beneath the dust emerged a map, not of Europe, but of constellations. At its center was a serpent consuming its tail, the Ouroboros, a symbol of eternity, cycles, and hidden knowledge. Was it merely art, or a declaration preserved in pigment and prayer? Some scholars argue that these esoteric symbols were simply residual elements of medieval imagination. However, others more cautiously note that their repetition across disparate sites suggests something more profound, a code, a tradition, a system, and perhaps even a warning. For within stone lies permanence, but also silence. The Templars may have believed that when tongues are silenced and parchments incinerated, walls continue to communicate. If so, they succeeded. Their structures endure, their designs persist, and the messages etched into lintels and lantern vaults continue to cast their quiet shadows. One might wonder, what did they construct for us to observe, and what did they build for us to notice only when prepared? Perhaps their true legacy is not a tangible treasure, a grail, or a bloodline, but rather a cathedral of questions, meticulously built with stone and starlight, and we remain perpetually at its threshold. The journey now descends into the most obscure corridors of the Order places, where official records cease and rumors begin, where ritual supplants rule, and secrecy envelops not gold or gospels, but the human soul. The Templars, one begins to comprehend, were never solely a military force or a financial syndicate. They were a brotherhood, and like all genuine brotherhoods, they were shaped as much by what remained unspoken as by what was explicitly codified. One historical fact, undisputed and well documented, is that the Templars developed and adhered to their own internal code of conduct, a stringent rule originally drafted by Bernard of Clairvaux and subsequently revised multiple times. It delineated daily routines, disciplinary measures, and principles of humility and obedience. However, upon deeper investigation, significant lacunae become apparent. Entire categories of activity, ranging from initiation ceremonies to punishments, absolutions, or oaths, are either vaguely referenced or entirely absent. What filled these silences? When the Order came under intense scrutiny during the early 14th century, the Inquisitors eagerly sought to fill these blanks. Dozens of former knights, under duress or torture, described rituals that diverged radically from established Catholic norms. They recounted secret assemblies, symbolic gestures, and whispered passwords. Some claimed the cross was ritually spat upon. Others stated that nudity was a prerequisite for initiation. A few mentioned peculiar words uttered in unknown tongues, or candles arranged in specific patterns. One even described the presence of a black cat, a detail so bizarre that it appears either as a hallucination or a metaphor. Most contemporary scholars dismiss these confessions as unreliable, having been obtained under unimaginable pressure. Yet, the consistency across testimonies, spanning diverse geographies and timeframes, hints at a shared experience. Something was indeed being performed. But what? The obscurity of their rituals has become one of the order's most enduring fascinations. Some researchers propose their rites preserved fragments of ancient mystery traditions, remnants of pre-Christian initiations absorbed during their tenure in the Levant. Others argue that the rituals were sophisticated psychological instruments, carefully choreographed ceremonies designed to sever a knight from his former identity and indelibly bind him to the group, a profound process akin to death and rebirth. This leads to one of the most persistent and enigmatic accusations: the worship of Baphomet. First appearing in Templar trials, the name remains frustratingly ambiguous. Some suggest it was a corruption of Muhammad, a calumnious attempt to brand the Templars with Islamic sympathies. Others propose it was a code word for a philosophical principle or an idol representing secret knowledge. No definitive image of Baphomet has been found in Templar-era artifacts. The horned, goat-headed figure commonly associated with it today is a 19th-century invention. Nevertheless, the name's survival and its mythic potency persist. Another obscure detail emerges from trial records in Aragon. One knight described a kiss of peace performed during initiation, placed not on the cheek, but on less conventional locations. Some interpret this as symbolic humility, others as ritualistic humiliation, or even distorted memories of older rites borrowed from Eastern traditions. One interpretation even frames these acts as allegorical, physical representations of spiritual truths, designed to provoke shock and elicit submission. Again, nothing is definitive, only the certainty that something transpired which deviated from the Church's sanctioned liturgy. An intense scholarly debate rages: were the Templars heretical in doctrine or merely in methodology? Did they reject church dogma or simply operate in parallel to it? Most evidence suggests their theology remained broadly Christian. Their chaplains administered sacraments, and their documents referenced Christ and the Virgin Mary. However, their autonomous, inward-looking, and secretive structure fostered a cloistered world where private interpretations could flourish. And over time, those meanings may have developed a life of their own. A quiet echo stirs. Those carved symbols in Templar churches, the astronomical alignments, the geometric codes, if their buildings communicated in riddles, might their ceremonies have done the same? Perhaps every rite was a parable, every chant a cipher, designed not for doctrinal instruction, but for profound transformation. It is worth noting that when the Church persecuted heretics, it frequently targeted their actions, rather than solely their beliefs. Behavior was visible and threatening. Thus, it was the rituals, not the theology, that ultimately condemned the Templars. Even the accusation of idol worship may have been more symbolic than literal. What if the head they purportedly revered was a metaphor for the time's logos asterisk, the divine word, or perhaps a relic of John the Baptist, a popular object of veneration among certain medieval sects? Some even suggest it was a preserved skull used as a time's memento mori asterisk, not uncommon in monastic settings. A fascinating thread connects this to later esoteric societies. Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, and Hermetic orders all feature layered initiations, veiled knowledge, and symbolic death and rebirth rites. Many of these groups claim direct or ideological descent from the Templars. Whether these claims are historical or aspirational is debated, but the structural similarities are difficult to ignore. Even the language echoes: the great work, the inner circle, the illumined path. These phrases could readily describe the ethos of a knight entering a candle-lit chapel, swearing oaths audible only to a brother. One amusing, albeit apocryphal, story recounts a Templar initiate, blindfolded and led into a crypt, surrounded by silence, then confronted with a question: "What will you surrender for truth?" The specifics vary. Sometimes he kneels before a skull, sometimes before a mirror, sometimes his answer is deemed incorrect, and the ritual restarts. It is likely fiction, yet the story resonates with a deeper truth, not historical, but spiritual. For what the Templars constructed was not merely an army, it was a pathway through secrecy, through trial, towards something transcending doctrine, toward a profound knowing. Consequently, the fundamental question is not whether the Templars performed secret rites, but times why asterisk. Was it for control, for community, or for contact with a wisdom too strange, too profound to be expressed plainly? Were these rituals merely theatrical, or did they tap into older rhythms, older rites that have perpetually moved beneath the surface of organized faith? One senses again the rhythm of memory, not written but enacted, of belief, not stated but performed. The pervasive feeling that beneath their white mantles and red crosses, the Templars wore a second skin of symbols, gestures, oaths, and silence. Perhaps their greatest rite was survival, not in corporeal form, but in pattern. Echoes of their ceremonies still pulsate in lodges, in labyrinths, in whispered phrases exchanged between initiates who have never wielded a sword. The rite endures. The brotherhood, whether myth or core reality, continues to kneel in candlelight. One begins to discern a shift in prevailing sentiment. Where once the Templars rode as heroes of Christendom, lauded by popes and kings, the warmth of favor gradually diminished. Their distinctive white mantles adorned with the red cross, once potent symbols of divine purpose, now began to evoke unease behind doors that closed with increasing swiftness. Voices lowered to whispers. Respect, transmuted into suspicion, thus commenced one of history's most astounding reversals. How the Church's most formidable defenders became its most dangerous adversaries. This transformation occurred not primarily through their actions, but through the very essence of what they had become. The historical record unequivocally demonstrates that for nearly 2 centuries, the Templars enjoyed unparalleled privileges. They answered solely to the Pope, could traverse borders without impediment, and were exempt from taxes, tolls, and local laws. Their order's wealth grew beyond comparison, encompassing commanderies in almost every kingdom, shipping routes across the Mediterranean, and financial reserves deeper than some royal treasuries. And accompanying this immense power was the most subversive of all accusations: independence. At the zenith of their influence, the Templars were no longer simply a military arm of the Church. They constituted a sovereign entity within a politically fractured continent. They trained their own knights, drafted their own laws, and administered their own justice. Even monarchs, and particularly monarchs, began to observe this with growing concern. For when a king required gold and troops, and the Templars could provide both without obeisance, resentment inevitably festered, boiling over most intensely in France. King Philip IV, known as Philip the Fair, was characterized by many traits, but above all by his ruthless calculation. His court was elegant, his policies unyielding, and his treasury in a perpetual state of depletion. Wars with England, extensive debts to Italian bankers, and an unsuccessful currency reform had left him desperate for funds. The Templars possessed vaults brimming with silver, conveniently located near his palace. An obscure but telling event occurred in 1306, when Philip expelled the Jews from France and seized their assets. In the same year, he attempted, unsuccessfully, to tax the clergy, initiating a power struggle with Pope Boniface VIII. The king's relationship with the Church had deteriorated, and he was rapidly exhausting institutions to exploit. The Templars, once allies, now presented an irresistible target. The central question many historians continue to grapple with is whether Philip genuinely believed the Templars were heretics, or whether he meticulously constructed that narrative to justify their destruction. Officially, the accusations were astonishing: idol worship, denial of Christ, obscene initiation rites, spitting on the cross, and blasphemous kisses. The charges read like a fever dream. Yet, the king presented them with grave solemnity, supported by carefully selected confessions extracted from tortured knights. The Inquisition, predictably, complied. How could it not? Heresy constituted the gravest of spiritual crimes, and the Templars were, by their very design, secretive. Their silence, once a virtue, now became a perilous liability. When interrogated, many knights provided contradictory answers. Some confessed, others recanted, and a few maintained their defiance, even as flames reached their feet. One confession, coerced in Poitiers, claimed the Templars had been instructed to deny Christ during initiation, as an obedience test. Another asserted that a peculiar bearded head was venerated during rituals. A French knight confessed to witnessing a cat perambulate upon the altar. Under normal circumstances, such claims might have been dismissed with ridicule. However, under torture, fantasy transmutes into fact, memory becomes distorted, language breaks, and the inquisitors meticulously documented every detail. One recalls the whispered rites, the coded architecture, the sealed ledgers. What had once been sacred now fueled suspicion. Secrets were no longer holy, they were damning. The very elements that had protected the order for so long now turned against it. Yet, not all accepted the charges. Indeed, many harbored significant unease. Pope Clement V himself, subjected to intense pressure from Philip, initially delayed any formal action. However, after Philip orchestrated the arrest of every Templar in France in a single, coordinated strike on Friday, October 13th, 1307, the momentum irrevocably shifted. Clement, facing threats and escalating unrest, subsequently issued the papal bull times Pastoralis Preeminentiae *, instructing other monarchs to follow suit. Some hesitated, others complied. But even as the machinery of destruction advanced, fissures appeared in the narrative. In Aragon, Portugal, and England, interrogations yielded fewer damning confessions. Some inquisitors reported that the accused were pious, disciplined, and genuinely perplexed by the charges. The evidence was weak. In Germany and Cyprus, the order remained largely unmolested. This disparity, still debated today, highlights the tension between religious belief and political expediency, between genuine heresy and covetous envy. A curious parallel arises here concerning the Templars' immense wealth. As the order was systematically dismantled, royal treasuries seized their assets, yet a substantial portion had simply vanished. Ships were reportedly seen departing La Rochelle days before the arrests. Vaults, once reported as full, were found empty, documents missing, ledgers purportedly incinerated. Had the Templars anticipated their downfall? Had they prepared for dissolution or escape? This fuels the enduring myth that they deliberately allowed themselves to be publicly sacrificed to safeguard something deeper, more secret, a brotherhood within the brotherhood, or perhaps a premeditated plan set in motion long before the accusations were even drafted. There is one little-known but poignant moment that persists like a lingering whisper. During the trial of Grand Master Jacques de Molay, he initially confessed under torture, then publicly recounted. He vehemently denied the charges, affirmed the order's innocence, and requested an audience with the Pope. His request was denied. Instead, he was led to an island in the Seine, bound to a stake, and burned alive at twilight. As the flames ascended, he is said to have cursed both the king and the Pope, summoning them to face divine judgment within a year. History records that both Philip IV and Clement V died within months. This is likely a coincidence, but timing, as the Templars well understood, is paramount. One observes this unfolding not as a dramatic spectacle, but as a systematic dismantling. An order once courted by kings and feared by empires was reduced to smoke and memory. This was achieved not by sword or battlefield, but by whispers, parchments, and fear. A curious connection arises once more regarding their secrets. Had they spoken, revealed all, opened their vaults, would they have been spared, or was silence their ultimate act of faith? Perhaps they believed the order could survive not as an institution, but as an idea, not publicly, but in the shadows, not in fortresses, but in forgotten names transmitted hand to hand. For an order founded on ritual, loyalty, and secrecy does not perish with its buildings. It perishes only when the final oath is broken. And as one contemplates the ashes of the Templars, one begins to question who remembered, who upheld the vow, and, most crucially, who continues to uphold it. One finds oneself within the echo chamber of the most delicate betrayal, not of monarchs or material wealth, but of belief itself. The Templars, who had once sworn vows of chastity, poverty, and obedience, now found themselves stripped of their rank, subjected to torture in dungeons, and compelled to confess to the unthinkable. Yet, worse than the agony of the flames or the constraints of chains, was the insidious disintegration of certainty. What occurs when the hand of God appears cold and indifferent? Following the arrests of 1,307, the trials commenced in earnest. These were neither swift nor simple. They protracted over 7 agonizing years. In France, England, Italy, and the Iberian kingdoms, inquisitors convened, demanded confessions, and the accused, often broken and bleeding, spoke. The nature of their testimonies varied. Some denied everything, even under relentless torture. Others confessed and subsequently retracted their statements. A few merely reiterated whatever was demanded of them, with vacant eyes and trembling hands. The contradictions within these accounts are impossible to overlook. One knight might admit to denying Christ and venerating a head. Another from the same commandery would swear he witnessed no such thing. A third would claim the initiation involved candles, oaths, and silence, but nothing profane. Yet another would recount rituals in darkness, kisses placed on unusual locations, and words uttered in a tongue that was jarring to the ear. One obscure but striking confession, recorded in the archives of the Diocese of Sens, came from a Templar named Jean de Condé. He stated that the ritual was not heretical, but profoundly frightening, that it peeled away what I thought I knew about the Church. When pressed, he wept, not from physical pain, but from profound confusion. "I do not know if what we did was wrong," he whispered, "only that it was not what Rome taught." This sentiment, perhaps more than the outlandish charges, lies at the core of the Templar downfall. Not malevolence, but ambiguity. The Inquisition could not tolerate a structure that operated beyond its direct purview. The Templars had evidently developed their own theosophy, their own esoteric discipline, shaped by 2 centuries of exposure to the mystics of both East and West. They revered Christ, undoubtedly. But did they also embrace hidden truths, unspoken rites, and secret wisdom? Very likely. And this, to the medieval Church, represented a betrayal far more profound than mere wealth accumulation or disobedience. The debate among scholars remains unresolved. Were the Templar trials motivated by a sincere theological panic, or by the cold mechanics of power consolidation? Many lean toward the latter. Philip IV desperately required funds. Clement V desperately required stability. The Templars, once expedient, had become expendable. The trials transformed into a theatrical performance, and like any stage production, the script was already predetermined. Nevertheless, some inquisitors were disquieted by the testimonies they heard, not because they confirmed the worst, but because they often lacked coherence. There was no singular doctrine of heresy, no unified system of blasphemy. It was as if the order itself had fragmented into disparate pockets of meaning, each preceptory developing its own practices, transmitted through whispers. Such decentralization rendered it simultaneously impossible to effectively defend and impossible to fully condemn. One of the most chilling aspects was the imposition of forced public penance. Templars were compelled to march through the streets in sackcloth, their heads shaven, with crosses stitched upside down on their tunics. Crowds jeered, children hurled stones. These were not monstrous figures, these were former heroes, veterans, priests, brothers. Yet, they were subjected to profound humiliation, paraded as object lessons to the watching world. The message was unambiguous: conform or be consumed at the fringes of belief. And indeed, some were consumed. On May 12, 1310, in Paris, 54 Templar brothers who had recanted their confessions were declared relapsed heretics. They were led to a field outside the city, bound to stakes and set alight. Witnesses described them singing psalms as the flames took hold. One onlooker claimed their voices persisted until the very end, uttering not screams, but hymns. There is no humor here, only silence, smoke, and the terrible dignity of men dying for truths they never fully articulated. A lesser-known incident occurred in Bologna, where inquisitors attempted to break a Templar named Bertrand of Melas. He refused to speak, neither under pain nor under threat. After days of silence, the inquisitor reportedly inquired what sustained his remarkable fortitude. Bertrand replied simply, "Because you cannot burn what I carry." When asked to elaborate, he merely closed his eyes, invoking the vow. Here, one again senses the resonance, the enduring power of oaths, of silence, of a brotherhood that defied rigid doctrine. It was not what the Templars believed that terrified the Church. It was that they believed it so completely, in a manner that bypassed hierarchy, scripture, and even fear. They were monks without monasteries, priests without pulpits. Their faith was armored. And then, of course, there is Jacques de Molay, the final Grand Master. On the last day of his life, as fire licked the banks of the Seine, he stood poised between the flames and eternity. His voice did not waver. God knows who is wrong and has sinned, he declared. Soon a calamity will overtake those who have condemned us. He was burned slowly, not solely as punishment, but as a public spectacle. There is a subtle detail, easily overlooked. No formal heretical doctrine was ever definitively proven. The charges effectively dissolved after the executions. The order was disbanded, but no theological ruling ever confirmed their guilt. It was the indelible stain of accusation, not verifiable evidence, that condemned them a trial not of law, but of public perception. And this, perhaps, is their profound tragedy. The Templars were not crushed because of what they inherently were, but because of what others needed them to be. Heretics, sinners, cautionary figures. They were fundamentally rewritten before the ink had even dried on their arrest warrants. One contemplates, as the ashes settle across history, if perhaps they were something even more enigmatic than saints or traitors. Perhaps they were seekers too obedient for revolution, too devout for heresy, yet far too independent to survive. And now they exist not in fortresses, but in footnotes, not in crusades, but in questions. A question cannot be incinerated, it can only be allowed to smolder. One finds oneself at a harbor. The sky is heavy with implication, the sea churns with murmurs, and somewhere beyond the reach of parchment and decree, sails vanish into an enveloping fog, carrying not merely treasure but elusive answers. This is the mystery that steadfastly refuses to dissipate. When the Templar order collapsed in France, a substantial portion of their wealth, gold, relics, documents could not be located. The vaults were emptied, the ships were gone, and history, typically so meticulous in its records, abruptly presents a blank. The disappearance of the Templar fleet from La Rochelle is not a fictitious invention. It is a demonstrable historical anomaly. The port served as one of their primary naval bases on the Atlantic coast, utilized for transport, commerce, and communication. In the days preceding the arrests of October 1307, the fleet, described in multiple chronicles as a small armada, simply vanished. No arrests were made at sea, no ships were seized, no cargo was recovered, and no official explanation was ever provided. Some scholars suggest the ships were relocated to evade royal seizure, a reasonable defensive maneuver. Others believe they sailed towards England or Portugal, where the Inquisition's grip was slower to close. However, the absence of ship manifests, crew records, or subsequent sightings leaves the question wide open. It was not merely that the ships were missing, it was that they appeared to have evaporated. One obscure 14th century German chronicle claims that a group of Templars arrived unexpectedly in Bruges weeks after the arrests, seeking refuge and carrying sealed chests. They were subsequently never heard from again. Another, more nebulous tale describes a convoy docking in Argyll, Scotland, where locals reportedly witnessed white-cloaked strangers disembarking and disappearing into the Highlands. The sources are sparse, but the pattern is familiar. Whispers where official records should exist. An open question, perhaps the central open question, is whether this vanishing act was accidental or deliberately orchestrated. Had the Templars foreseen their betrayal? If so, did they meticulously craft an escape plan, a hidden route, a map of sympathetic harbors and silent allies? Some propose that a clandestine network had already been established, not solely for commercial purposes, but for strategic retreat. If true, this implies something far grander than a last-minute scramble. It implies intentional design. A quiet resonance echoes the Templars' deep-seated obsession with secrecy, their encoded architecture, their encrypted ledgers. Perhaps the same minds that safeguarded spiritual truths also protected something more material, gold, documents, or something even more incendiary, a relic, a name, a secret that could not be permitted to fall into royal or papal hands. What renders this mystery so persistent is not merely the missing treasure, but the remarkable speed of its effacement. Even Philip IV's meticulously prepared and organized men found themselves confronting empty chests. Inquisitors painstakingly searched monasteries and castles. Their inventories frequently listed items as absent or account lost. Some entries were bizarrely specific. Vault key missing, coffer previously stored here, now not. One Parisian record simply states, empty. Then there are the fates of the Templars who evaded capture. Many were absorbed into other orders, most notably the Knights Hospitaller. However, others appear to have seamlessly integrated into society. Some became stonemasons, traders, or pilgrims. A few may have been sheltered by sympathetic nobles, particularly in Scotland and Portugal. A handful of names surface in local court records years later, stripped of their titles but alive. They exist as shadows, fragments of an outlawed order, men carrying oaths they were never asked to break. Portugal offers the most compelling case of institutional survival. There, King Dinis refused to prosecute the Templars. Instead, he strategically rebranded them. In 1319, he established the Order of Christ, a new brotherhood that absorbed Templar lands, wealth, and most significantly, personnel. Their commandery in Tomar remained active, their hierarchy intact. They adopted new mantles and new statutes, yet the underlying pulse persisted. Some historians view this as a bureaucratic sleight of hand. Others consider it a genuine resurrection. A lesser-known theory, still debated, connects the vanishing fleet with subsequent exploration. Some believe the Templars sailed not for mere sanctuary, but for profound secrecy to remote islands, or even distant continents. Legends abound of Templar crosses carved into stones in the Azores, of carvings in Nova Scotia, of anchor-shaped relics buried beneath moss in places no medieval map dared to name. These claims are, of course, controversial, but they cling to the periphery of possibility like barnacles on an ancient hull. One particularly unusual report originates from an Irish annal describing a shipwreck off the western coast in 1308. The survivors, pale men speaking in French, dressed like monks but armed, were granted shelter in a monastery. No names were recorded. The chronicle concludes with a curious note. They carried with them no flag, but a chest of iron locked thrice, a chest locked 3 times. One cannot help but envision it not overflowing with gold, but with something far more precious, perhaps scrolls, perhaps a head, perhaps a truth too perilous to be known and too sacred to be destroyed. An enduring motif emerges. The Templars did not perish, they migrated. Their downfall marked a shedding, not an end. Their structures crumbled, but their knowledge, their symbols, their rites, these continued, permeating other institutions and brotherhoods. The flame was not extinguished, it was passed. What remains most remarkable is that no definitive record of the treasure's fate, whether material or metaphorical, has ever surfaced. Every modern theory remains an incomplete puzzle. The Vatican archives, the French crown's ledgers, even the Hospitallers' documents all refer to the transfer of lands and titles. But concerning gold, sacred objects, the head, the grail, the Gospels, silence. And in this context, silence is deafening. One realizes that disappearance is not necessarily absence. It is often a strategy. The most effective way to protect a truth is not to securely lock it away, but to erase the map entirely, allowing the narrative to wander into myth until the distinction between fact and parable becomes indiscernible. And within that wandering, the Templars endure, not merely in ruins or legends, but in the interstitial spaces in ships that left no wake, in coffers that opened to reveal only emptiness, in men who dissolved into new identities while preserving old vows. They vanished, but only from view. One now follows a trail not through archaeological ruins or ancient parchment, but through the scattered footprints of rumor across Europe, where white mantles were purportedly glimpsed in the distance long after the order had been formally erased. For if the Templars disappeared, they did not truly dissolve. They migrated westward, northward, into hills, castles, and nations where papal bulls held no effective authority. They did not rise in open defiance. They settled like a shadow, mastering the art of silent survival. Of all places, Scotland offered the most fertile ground for this quiet resurgence. At the time of the Templar persecution, Scotland was engaged in open rebellion against England, and largely beyond the direct influence of the Pope. The Church wielded minimal power there, and the Inquisition possessed none. Robert the Bruce, excommunicated for murdering a rival in a church, harbored no affection for Rome. It is here, according to persistent local tradition, that Templars found refuge. They arrived not as warriors, but as brothers in exile. One obscure chronicle, the Times, Scotichronicon Times by Walter Bower, includes a vague reference to Knights of the Temple fleeing from the wrath of the French king being welcomed in the north. The record is fragmentary, the reference oblique, but it aligns with oral histories preserved in Scottish Masonic lodges and local legends. In Rosslyn, for example, that enigmatic chapel, richly adorned with esoteric carvings, the Sinclair family claimed descent from Templar sympathizers. The chapel itself, constructed in the 15th century, features iconography suggesting continuity, stone angels holding architectural tools, a star map meticulously carved into stone, and even a representation of the Tree of Life. Were these acts of homage or signs of inherited knowledge? Portugal provides a more concrete foundation for continuity. There, King Dinis openly defied the papal order to arrest the Templars. He respected their unwavering loyalty, admired their logistical acumen, and, most crucially, perceived an opportunity. Rather than dismantling the order, he simply rebranded it. In 1319, with papal approval, he founded the Order of Christ. Many former Templars joined this new entity. Their landholdings were preserved, their leadership structure remained, and even their spiritual framework persisted, thinly veiled beneath new terminology. This subtle continuity proved remarkably potent. The Order of Christ subsequently funded Portugal's Age of Exploration. Prince Henry the Navigator, one of its most prominent members, directed voyages along the African coast and into the Atlantic. And what symbol adorned his ship's sails? A red cross, nearly identical to the one formerly worn by the Templars. While coincidence is easily asserted, upon closer examination, the connection becomes increasingly evident. The Templar flame continued to flicker in the Portuguese winds. One lesser-known, yet compelling piece of evidence lies within the Convent of Christ in Tomar. It had served as the Templar headquarters in Portugal. After the dissolution, it became the heart of the Order of Christ, yet the original architecture remained largely untouched. The Templar round church was preserved intact, rituals continued, the commanderies maintained their original forms. Only the name was altered. This is not cessation, it is metamorphosis. There is also the intriguing case of Switzerland. Although not traditionally associated with the Templars, some theorists have speculated that the stringent discipline, financial sophistication, and military neutrality of the Swiss cantons echo core Templar values. One even posits that Templar refugees may have introduced these traditions, thereby establishing the groundwork for a society characterized by protected wealth and discrete power. While speculative, this raises an open question. Could the ethos of the order endure within cultural DNA long after its institutional name was eradicated? A curious recollection resurfaces: the coded architecture, the ritualized knowledge, the unwritten oaths. These were not merely practices, they constituted an infrastructure designed not only for wartime resilience, but for spiritual survival. The Templars were proficient builders, meticulous record keepers, and astute logisticians. They understood how to operate without a centralized command. Consequently, when the center collapsed, the outer rings endured. One begins to perceive the order not as a singular entity, but as a seed dispersed by persecution. Some portions fell upon barren soil, while others took deep root, flourishing in specific locations. In Germany, scattered records suggest that former Templars integrated into local knightly orders, bringing with them not only martial skills, but also certain discrete rites, peculiar phrases, geometric symbols etched into stone lintels, and behavioral rules that seemed incongruous. These anomalies were never officially explained, they simply persisted. In Spain, the situation is more complex. Some Templar holdings were absorbed by the Order of Montesa, established in 1317 under papal guidance. However, in certain rural provinces, records of land transfers are conspicuously absent. Oral histories claim that some preceptories remained secretly active, no longer bearing the Red Cross, but still convening in the old halls. Priests were replaced by friars, altars became hearths, yet the architectural layout persisted. A cloister remains a cloister, even if the prayers are whispered differently. One of the most haunting legends originates from the island of Cyprus. After the fall of Acre in 1291, the Templars had briefly established the island as their base. When the persecutions commenced, some are said to have returned there. Local myths speak of a white brotherhood that lived inland, practicing rites under starlight, safeguarding relics that no church dared to bless. No definitive proof exists, but the caves there still bear markings: a cross, a circle, a star. And what of the documents, the scrolls, the head? This constitutes the most elusive aspect. Theories abound. Some believe the Templar archive was divided and scattered, fragments hidden in monasteries, private estates, or beneath altars constructed over old commanderies. Others contend it was transported by sea, to be interred in vaults beneath Roslin or concealed within the hills of Aragon. One persistent story asserts that 3 chests were carried to Constantinople and entrusted to Orthodox monks who never opened them. An amusing, albeit completely unverifiable, tale suggests that the Templars undertook a radical act. They destroyed their most sacred texts, not to obliterate the knowledge, but to preserve its power. This implies that true understanding, once attained, could never be adequately codified in writing. It could only be transmitted through the mind and memory. In this way, it could never be stolen, only passed from voice to ear, from ritual to ritual. One now discerns the outline, faint as a watermark across time. The Templars were officially expunged from history by decree, yet not from culture. They transmuted from an order of knights into a profound mystery, an undercurrent flowing beneath monarchies, revolutions, and republics alike. Their exodus was not a retreat, it was a profound transformation. The mantle of their public identity fell, but the brotherhood itself did not. And somewhere, in a chapel or a forest, or within a room illuminated solely by candles and silence, the vow may still be uttered. One now ventures into the realm of mist and myth, into a landscape of stone towers, salt-laced winds, and legends intricately woven into tartan. Scotland, a land historically fragmented and fiercely independent, offered more than mere refuge. It provided continuity, a place where memory could endure not through official records but through ritual. And through that veil, the Templars passed, not as simple refugees, but as bearers of a profound seed. They came not solely to conceal themselves, but to transmit something essential. The narrative commences with a significant absence. Scotland was never fully integrated into the inquisitorial reach of the Church. When Pope Clement V issued his bull demanding the arrest of the Templars, Scotland, then excommunicated due to its war for independence, did not comply. There were no mass arrests, no inquisitorial tribunals, no immolations at the stake. Into this void, the survivors may have stepped. Historical records from this period are scarce, yet oral traditions are abundant. In the Highlands, families continue to whisper of cloaked riders arriving in the dead of night, of foreign knights, with unfamiliar accents taking oaths beneath ancient standing stones. The evidence is circumstantial, yet it persists, too stubbornly to be dismissed. One well-known figure looms large: Robert the Bruce. Excommunicated for the murder of John Comyn, he possessed few allies in Rome, but compelling reasons to shelter those the Pope condemned. According to Scottish legend, Templars fought alongside Bruce at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, the very year Jacques de Molay was executed in Paris. While no formal mention appears in official chronicles, some battlefield accounts describe mounted warriors in white mantles appearing at a critical moment, breaking the English line, and then vanishing. Coincidence? Folklore, perhaps. But such stories do not attach themselves to arbitrary figures. They cling to the mysterious, to those who might indeed have been present, had the light merely illuminated them differently. What renders Scotland so compelling is not solely the rumour of shelter, but the subsequent emergence, centuries later, of an institution that seemed to embody the Templar spirit: Freemasonry. The Scottish Rite, one of Freemasonry's most influential and esoteric branches, formally traces its roots to the 18th century. However, embedded within its rites, degrees, and iconography are unmistakable echoes of Templar thought: the Red Cross, the Twin Pillars, the emphasis on secrecy, initiation, and moral rectitude, and the profound reverence for Solomon's Temple. It presents a worldview forged not in papal halls, but in the shadow of something older and more defiant. One obscure but telling symbol is the skull, and crossed bones now commonly associated with pirates, yet possessing a far older, deeper meaning. Found on some Masonic tracing boards, it mirrors Templar gravestones in remote Scottish churchyards. The motif was not morbid, it was contemplative, a reminder of mortality, a symbol of initiation. The initiate must metaphorically die to the profane world before being reborn into the sacred, an enduring open question among Masonic historians, fiercely debated and never conclusively resolved, is whether this symbolism was consciously inherited from the Templars or simply independently reconstructed. Did remnants of the order embed themselves within the early lodges, or did romantic minds in later centuries reimagine the past, draping their new rituals in borrowed robes? Regardless, the link has become firmly established, and within certain Masonic degrees, Templar identity is not mere metaphor, it is actively claimed. A particularly striking example emanates from the Knights Templar degree conferred in specific Masonic systems. It involves a ritual of penance, humility, and resurrection. The candidate must endure trials, renounce false pride, and traverse through darkness. The script evokes both Christian mystery plays and medieval knighthood. However, most notably, the symbols precisely match those found in suppressed Templar documents. The red cross, the chalice, the broken sword. It is performance, certainly, but a performance that vividly remembers. A quiet echo resonates with the coded architecture, the ritualized knowledge, the oaths never committed to writing. Freemasonry provided a receptive vessel into which old forms could be poured. Whether by direct inheritance or profound inspiration, the Templar archetype persisted. Rosslyn Chapel stands as a monumental testament to this continuity. Constructed by the Sinclair family, long rumored to be descendants of Templar-connected nobility, the chapel is an architectural enigma. Internally, stone angels play musical instruments not witnessed in Europe until centuries later. Carvings of maize and aloe plants, indigenous to the Americas, appeared decades before Columbus's voyages. Most curiously, the apprentice pillar, a masterpiece of twisted stone, stands between two other pillars, forming a trio widely believed to represent Boaz, Jachin, and the middle pillar of Kabbalah. It is not merely a chapel. It is a book, intricately inscribed in stone. Scholars, quite naturally, scoff. They demand verifiable records, names, signatures. But perhaps this misses the fundamental point. The Templar impulse was never about overt declaration. It was about preservation. Not shouting from pulpits, but whispering through lineage, gesture, and stone. Another obscure trail leads to Sweden, where certain Masonic rites refer to the strict observance, a system claiming direct descent from Templar commanderies. The rite incorporates oaths of silence, signs executed with the left hand, and passwords tracing back to the Crusades. Even if the link is purely imagined, the very need to imagine it reveals something profound, a yearning to connect, to belong to a tradition that refused to yield. One begins to perceive the Templars not as martyrs, but as migrants. Their downfall did not signify extinction. It marked a transition. They became adaptable, and in their adaptability, they became ubiquitous. A symbol, certainly, but a living one. The irony is poignant. An order condemned for its secrecy ultimately survived because of it. Not within cathedrals or royal courts, but within lodges, within circles of trust, in rooms where hands clasped shoulders and eyes met in knowing silence. They endure not as knights, but as abstract ideas, armored not in steel but in memory. And that is the Templar paradox. Destroyed by the very world they once served, they effectively stepped sideways into legend. And from that vantage point, they observed. One drifts southwards, towards warmth, towards a coastline, towards a kingdom that did not betray the Templars, but profoundly reimagined them. Portugal, a nation at the periphery of the known world, where land converges with the Atlantic and the sun lingers for a while longer, became not their grave, but their sanctuary. Here, the order of the temple did not perish, it evolved. King Dinis of Portugal, frequently referred to as the farmer king due to his appreciation for law and land, perceived what others overlooked. In 1317, when Pope John XXII reiterated the directives to dissolve the Templars, Dinis declined. He harbored no desire for destruction. He recognized their value in administration, infrastructure, and military prowess. He offered a compromise that was both shrewd and subtle, the Order of Christ. This was not merely a rebranding. It was, fundamentally, a lifeboat. One historical fact, firmly substantiated, is that the Order of Christ was established with papal approval in 1319. The Templars' lands were transferred, and many of the knights were discreetly absorbed. Their preceptories remained intact. Their headquarters, the Convento de Cristo in Tomar, was not razed or dismantled, but expanded. The name changed, yet the core mission remained unaltered. What renders Tomar particularly remarkable is not solely its survival, but its subsequent prosperity. Over centuries, it evolved into a spiritual and logistical nexus for Portugal's burgeoning imperial ambitions. However, Beneath its Renaissance cloisters and Manueline windows lies an older geometry, the circular church at its heart, modeled on the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the very architectural language the Templars had utilized centuries prior. They did not depart, they merely modulated their voice. An obscure detail, buried within the archives of Coimbra, records the early statutes of the Order of Christ. Many of these are copied verbatim from the original Templar Rule of 1129, the same rule drafted under the guidance of Bernard of Clairvaux. Even the precise phrasing, the cadences of obedience and humility, endured. The Brothers of Christ donned new robes but whispered old prayers. Yet Portugal afforded them more than mere protection. It instilled a renewed purpose. In the 15th century, under the stewardship of Prince Henry the Navigator himself, who served as a Grand Master of the Order of Christ, the former Templar network was reactivated for the purpose of exploration. Their ships sailed beyond the known limits of maps. Their caravels bore sails adorned with a red cross, nearly identical to the ancient Templar sigil. This was not accidental. It was a tangible inheritance. There is a quiet resonance here with the Templar fleet that purportedly vanished from La Rochelle. Some speculate that it did not simply disappear, but rather dispersed, finding safe harbor in Portuguese waters, where it eventually became the foundation for a naval order that would one day circumnavigate the globe. The timing aligns, the underlying philosophy aligns, and the iconography, most strikingly, persists. A lesser-known artifact, kept in a side chapel at Tomar, is a carved limestone pillar bearing the twin symbols of the Order of Christ and the original Templar cross, positioned side by side. It is not publicly displayed, it is preserved. For in Portugal, memory is not proclaimed, it is safeguarded. The open question, still debated among historians, is whether the Order of Christ functioned as a true continuation of the Templars or merely as a convenient rebranding. Some argue it was a pragmatic solution, a means for King Dinis to protect valuable assets without antagonizing Rome. Others believe it was spiritual, a way to preserve an inner tradition that refused to perish. The truth, as is often the case, may lie somewhere between political expediency and sacred oath. Tomar itself embodies this ambiguity. Traversing its corridors, one discovers inscriptions with no clear translation, stars carved into arches, and sundials integrated into columns that do not merely indicate time, but rather celestial alignment. Within the circular nave, the 12-sided design echoes zodiacal patterns. Above the altar, a suspended orb depicts the world in miniature, a symbol of dominion, but also of stewardship. One obscure room, rarely shown to tourists, is known as the Initiate's Chamber. Its function remains undocumented. No mass was held there, no royal edict mentions it. Yet, its dimensions mirror those of Solomon's inner sanctuary, and its ceiling bears a fresco of concentric circles, earth, moon, sun, stars, nested like a celestial code. Was it a prayer room, a planetarium, or something else entirely? Another quiet echo arises from the symbolism of the sea. The Templars had historically been terrestrial soldiers, builders, and guardians of roads and land. However, in Portugal, they transformed into mariners, explorers, and cartographers. Some believe this transition was more than economic. It suggests they were seeking something profound, a new Jerusalem, a lost Atlantis, or perhaps a sanctuary not merely from papal edicts, but from the impending collapse of Christendom itself. One recalls their original vow to protect pilgrims. What, after all, is a pilgrim but a soul, in search of meaning across uncertain terrain? And what is an ocean but the ultimate uncertain terrain? The Templars in Portugal did not simply fade, they adapted. They exchanged horses for hulls, swords for sextants, fortresses for fleets. They became guardians not of geographical borders but of maritime routes, of trade, certainly, but also of knowledge of maps, stars, and winds. In a profound sense, this transformation fulfilled their original promise. The poor Knights of Christ had pledged to defend the path to the Holy Land. Now, they charted the paths to unknown lands. They remained protectors of passage. It is recounted that the last true Templar was never consumed by fire. He simply walked into the west, where the land ends and the water commences. In Portugal, this is not mere poetry, it is a profound practice. And perhaps, if one listens to the waves at night along the cliffs of Sagres, if one walks the red-tiled cloisters of Tomar beneath a full moon, if one presses a palm against the cold stone of the round church, one will sense it too. They are still there. One now turns westward, not towards Rome or Jerusalem, but into the unknown void, where ancient maps once ominously whispered, "Here be dragons." The Atlantic Ocean, vast and inscrutable, was long considered the definitive boundary of the world. Yet, some believe the Templars did not merely contemplate it, they traversed it. The proposition that the Knights Templar reached the Americas before Columbus is audacious and highly controversial. Mainstream historians largely dismiss it as pure fantasy, but the trail of evidence, though fragmentary and peculiar, steadfastly refuses to dissipate. It begins, as so many of their mysteries do, with disappearance. The vanished fleet from La Rochelle, the unaccounted for gold, the sealed chests, the maps that purportedly depicted coastlines no one was officially supposed to know. One obscure detail lies within the Zeno narrative, published in the 16th century, but allegedly based on 14th century letters. It recounts a Venetian nobleman who sailed west and discovered lands rich with timber, unfamiliar animals, and indigenous people adorned in red paint. The islands reportedly bore Christian symbols, crosses carved into cliffs, and a substantial stone edifice constructed long before. No direct mention of Templars occurs, yet the narrative describes a ship flying a red cross on a white field, the classic Templar banner. This voyage is said to have taken place in the 1390 seconds, long after the Order's dissolution, but within the potential lifetime of its surviving brethren. Then there is the intriguing case of Newport Tower in Rhode Island, a circular stone structure resembling Templar watchtowers found in Portugal and Scotland. Constructed with an unusual compass alignment and featuring architectural traits absent from colonial American design, it has long perplexed archaeologists. Most contend it was a 17th century windmill, but some argue it is considerably older, built by travelers who arrived long before Jamestown, possessing knowledge of European stonework and sacred geometry. Further north, in Nova Scotia, lies Oak Island, a location that has absorbed centuries of speculation. A complex network of shafts, booby traps, and flooded tunnels runs beneath its soil. Theories abound: pirate gold, Masonic vaults, even the Ark of the Covenant. However, one of the oldest and most persistent theories points to the Templars, that the Order fled with its most sacred relics, traversed the Atlantic, and concealed them in this enigmatic location. Understanding the land was uninhabited, its soil unclaimed, and thus secure. Skeptics highlight the absence of direct proof: no confirmed Templar artifacts, no verified documents. Yet, the very notion that knowledge was preserved through escape rather than confrontation aligns with the Order's established pattern: silence over spectacle, vanishing over overt victory. There is also a map, the Vinland map, purportedly from the 15th century, depicting parts of North America before any official European contact. Its authenticity is fiercely debated, but if genuine, it implies earlier exploration. Some researchers suggest the cartographic style bears a resemblance to Portuguese Templar maps, specifically those housed in the libraries of the Order of Christ. A quiet recollection stirs: the Portuguese sanctuary, Prince Henry the Navigator, the Red Cross on sails. The Age of Discovery did not originate in 1492. It commenced with ships that bore symbols older than the nation-states they served. Some believe that Templar navigational knowledge, amassed from Arabic scholars, Jewish cartographers, and Eastern mystics, was preserved in Tomar, then transmitted into the hands of those who launched the great voyages, that the very tools of exploration were forged in the crucible of secrecy. Another layer of speculation suggests the Templars were seeking more than mere refuge. They were purportedly seeking a new Zion, a land uncorrupted by the politics of Europe, where a new society could be established in accordance with their rule, an idealized territory where the sacred could exist unchallenged. The idea sounds utopian, even delusional. But consider, they possessed the ships, they possessed the maps, and they possessed the motive. One particularly peculiar legend, recounted by indigenous tribes in northeastern Canada, speaks of white men in iron clothing who arrived peacefully, constructed a stone cross, and subsequently departed. This story, preserved in oral tradition, mentions no battles, no conquest, only silence, a brief arrival, a monument, and then disappearance. The open question is maddening. If the Templars indeed reached the New World, why leave no definitive record? Why no churches, no fortresses, no settlements? The answer, perhaps, lies in their very nature. They were never colonizers, they were guardians. They did not build for population, they built for preservation. A stone vault, a buried chest, a memory carefully secreted into the wilderness. Even within Freemasonry, legends of Templar voyages to the west persist. Some rituals speak of a secret crossing, a brotherhood beyond the sea. Whether these are historical memories or symbolic allegories is unclear. Yet, they endure, transmitted through generations of men who never hoisted a sail but spoke the language of the sea. There is also the issue of language. Certain inscriptions found in the Americas, in West Virginia and Arizona, have been dubiously linked to Old World alphabets. Some researchers suggest these markings resemble medieval European shorthand. Others dismiss them as modern forgeries. But once again, ambiguity reigns. No definitive answers, only tantalizing hints. A lesser-known connection lies in the work of the 19th century explorer and mystic, Louis Charpentier, who argued that the Templars were preservers of ancient Earth energies, ley lines, planetary harmonics, sacred geometry. He believed they sought the New World not solely for refuge, but to map its energies, to establish a network of spiritual fortresses across the globe, temples of vibration, sound, and stone. One might smile. Perhaps it sounds like fantasy, but then, so does sailing westward into the unknown and discovering an entire continent. A final narrative exists within the archives of the Order of Christ. One letter, untranslated until recently, describes a voyage across the Western Ocean to a land where the moon touches the trees and rivers speak. It is unsigned, undated, but tucked into its corner is a faded red cross. Did they reach the Americas? Did they enter something? Or did they merely dream of it and teach others how? The definitive answer may never be known. But the question, like the sea itself, remains open, vast, and waiting. One returns now to where the resonance first began. Rome, the eternal city, the seat of Peter, and the pivotal axis around which power, doctrine, and silence have long revolved. Here, the Templars were once exalted, granted papal protection, lauded in sermons, and blessed by bulls. However, following their downfall, something colder and more enduring settled in. Not vengeance, not overt violence, but something far more pervasive: erasure. The Vatican never issued a formal condemnation of the Templars as heretics. This is a historical fact. The papal bull Times Vox in Excelso Asterisk, delivered in 1312, dissolved the order not as a judgment of guilt, but out of fear. It was a political maneuver, rather than a spiritual one. Pope Clement V asserted that the scandal was too vast, the accusations too numerous, and the trust too irrevocably broken. It was deemed preferable to conclude the matter quietly, without definitively declaring guilt. Thus, the Templars were not damned, they were simply deleted. Yet, from that moment forward, the Church embarked upon a centuries-long campaign of omission. Their symbols gradually faded from manuscripts. Their accomplishments were overshadowed by crusades, more convenient to commemorate. Whatever relics they possessed disappeared into vaults, private collections, or simply into thin air. And their legacy, once boldly carved in stone, was replaced with suspicion and distortion. One obscure example lies within the archives of the Bibliotheca Apostolica Vaticana. Among the thousands of meticulously catalogued volumes, a discernible gap exists. Not an empty shelf, but a collection of references to texts that were once stored, once cited, and are now absent. Scrolls pertaining to Templar liturgies, correspondence between early popes and grand masters, entire folios missing from the papal registers of the early 14th century. Were they misplaced, misfiled, or quietly removed? The discovery of the Chinon parchment in 2001 reignited this debate. Hidden for centuries within the Vatican's secret archives, the document, misfiled for nearly 700 years under an incorrect reference, records a private absolution of Templar leaders by Pope Clement V. It confirms that the Church found no conclusive evidence of heresy, that the confessions were coerced, and that forgiveness had indeed been granted. Why, then, was it buried? Some argue it was simply forgotten. Others believe it was too dangerous to be made public, that to openly absolve the Templars would be to admit their destruction was political, not spiritual, that the Church had passively allowed an innocent order to be shattered. The cost of such an admission in a fragile medieval Europe was deemed unthinkable. There is an ongoing open question, still debated in theological circles. Did the Church fear the Templars not merely as a neutralized military force, but as a theological anomaly, a brotherhood that had encountered something in the East, acquired knowledge not found in canonical scripture, and meticulously preserved it? If so, then silence functions not merely as punishment, but as containment. A quiet recollection stirs now regarding the forbidden knowledge, the apocryphal texts, the sacred geometry embedded within Templar chapels. If these ideas were preserved, rather than destroyed, then someone possessed this knowledge, someone observed. One theory whispered in esoteric circles posits that certain curial officials within the Vatican maintained a parallel archive, a shadow index of suppressed texts. This notion is not entirely speculative. The Vatican does indeed possess a locked archive, accessible only to scholars with direct authorization, containing everything from heterodox manuscripts to private papal letters. Within, it is said, are Templar records deemed too perilous to release? One questions, too dangerous for whom? A little-known episode occurred during the reign of Pope Benedict XIII in the 18th century. A scholar working within the Vatican Library requested access to pre-suppression Templar correspondence. His request was denied. When he persisted, he was quietly reassigned, and his letters remained unanswered. Years later, he died in obscurity, his private notes confiscated. This pattern repeats: discreet refusals, missing files, historical delays. However, the most unusual resistance has originated not from Rome directly, but from within the Church's own rituals. Some liturgical calendars, even today, contain anomalies, feast days lacking clear explanation, saints with ambiguous biographies. A few theologians suspect these may be echoes of suppressed veneration that certain Templar martyrs, executed by the crown but never formally condemned by Rome, persist in veiled prayers. A particularly peculiar hymn, sung in a monastery near Avignon, includes a line about soldiers clothed in silence who bore the blood star east. This phrase appears nowhere else in ecclesiastical tradition, yet it is still sung each March. No one seems to know why. There is also the matter of the Templar relics, or rather, their profound absence. In an institution that reveres the bones of martyrs and the fragments of saints' tunics, the complete disappearance of Templar artifacts is staggering. Where are the swords, the mantles, the books? Even destroyed orders typically leave behind ash and fragments. But here, there is virtually nothing. It is as though someone meticulously, thoroughly, and intentionally swept them away, and yet, pieces occasionally emerge. a chalice in Toledo with an engraving that precisely matches early Templar seals, a fragment of cloth in a Parisian museum bearing a cross with equal arms stitched in crimson silk, a wooden box, reportedly in private hands, rumored to have been found in a crypt beneath a suppressed preceptory, containing nothing but a small skull wrapped in linen with a tag that reads simply Caput 58. Caput meaning head, 58, the same number cited in a trial testimony where a knight described the head that whispered, coincidence, perhaps, or a deliberate misdirection, but, in either case, a discernible crack in the silence. The Vatican has never responded to these claims. It does not need to. The silence itself is the answer. An institution that once burned Giordano Bruno for speaking too boldly has learned the strategic value of saying nothing at all. And so, the Church continues. Its basilicas swell with light. Its priests offer bread and wine. Its archives extend further than most cities. And somewhere, deep within those endless vaults, a file resides, locked, unlabeled. Perhaps it contains only dust. Or perhaps it holds the truth that Rome did not destroy the Templars, it simply closed the door behind them. One now understands that suppression is not always violent. It is sometimes subtle, sometimes illuminated by candlelight, sometimes bound with red ribbon and placed in a drawer marked "Do Not Disturb." But the Templars disturbed everything. They posed questions older than dogma. They crossed lines no council had drawn. And for that, they were not judged. They were removed. Yet, the questions persist, quiet, patient, like an unending prayer. One steps now into the twilight of revelation, where memory transmutes into myth and secrecy solidifies into structure. For even as the Templars receded from the stage of official history, a new caste emerged. They did not wear armor. They did not engage in battle. They donned robes, spoke in symbols, and claimed no direct lineage. Yet, they communicated in the same enigmatic key. The Rosicrucians appeared in Europe in the early 17th century, akin to smoke emanating from an ancient fire, suddenly visible. The Times Fama Fraternitatis Asterisk, the inaugural Rosicrucian Manifesto, was published in 1614. It purported to unveil the existence of a clandestine brotherhood dedicated to esoteric wisdom, moral purity, and the reformation of humanity. Their alleged origin centered on a figure named Christian Rosenkreuz, who purportedly journeyed through Arabia, Egypt, and the Holy Land, accumulating ancient knowledge before returning to Europe and founding an invisible college. This narrative sounds convenient, poetic, and possibly entirely fabricated. However, beneath the allegory, scholars identified something peculiar, echoes of the Templars, not by name, but in fundamental structure. One of the earliest Rosicrucian symbols was a red cross, sometimes superimposed on a rose, sometimes glowing independently. The manifestos described a strict rule of silence, a profound commitment to secrecy, a hierarchical structure of initiation, and a distinct distrust of the Catholic Church and other rigid institutions. They held a belief that divine truth was not monopolized by Rome, but was accessible through diligent study, geometry, astrology, alchemy, and the inherent inner light of the soul. One immediately senses the resonance with the cryptic rites of the Templars, their hidden archives, and their rumored possession of ancient wisdom exceeding canonical texts. Both orders valued discipline, not domination, revelation, not mere ritual, and both appeared to move beneath the surface of history, never entirely visible, yet consistently present when civilization experienced upheaval. An obscure fact: several early Rosicrucian tracts were published in German, but bore printing marks traceable to cities where suppressed Templar commanderies had once stood. One pamphlet even featured the marginal note, "Rebuilt upon the old stone." Was this a metaphor or an admission? The enduring debate among historians remains: were the Rosicrucians truly descended from the Templars, or were they spiritual inheritors a continuation of an abstract idea rather than a direct bloodline. No document definitively proves direct succession. However, ideas, as the Templars well understood, do not necessitate parchment for their survival. They require transmission, and transmission manifests ubiquitously. Within Freemasonry, the echo has already been observed. But Rosicrucianism further deepened the philosophical current. While Masons built, Rosicrucians contemplated. They sought the philosopher's stone not to transmute base metals, but to awaken the soul. They mapped the microcosm onto the macrocosm, believing that comprehending the self revealed the fundamental structure of the universe. And this precise framework aligns with what many believe the Templars discovered in the East, a syncretic, mystical cosmology transcending Christian dogma. One particularly striking Rosicrucian emblem features a cross within a circle, encircled by Latin phrases translating to "light from the east and in silence is strength." In Tomar, Portugal, the ancient Templar seat, similar inscriptions have been found on stairway arches, faded by time. Were they later additions, or had they always been there, awaiting recognition? Even more tantalizing is the Rosicrucian practice of invisible collegia, secret gatherings of brethren who met in small cells, transmitted information orally, and identified each other through coded gestures or phrases. This structure mirrors the cell-based communication employed by the Templars in hostile territories, a system designed to preserve knowledge despite institutional collapse. An 18th century English Rosicrucian named Sigismund Bram wrote of a silent line extending from Solomon through the temple, through the order, into the West. He never explicitly named the Templars. He did not need to. Their silhouettes stood behind every word. Another little-known thread connects Rosicrucianism to the legend of the Book of Enoch, a text preserved in Ethiopian Christian tradition, but largely suppressed in the West. It describes angelic knowledge, celestial hierarchies, and a divine architecture intricately encoded into the world itself. Rosicrucians studied it obsessively. So too, it is said, did the Templars, particularly those stationed in the East, where Ethiopian and Coptic traditions occasionally intersected with early Christian mysticism. So, what precisely was the Rosicrucian veil? Some argue it was a strategic smokescreen, a means for surviving Templars to preserve their teachings while evading the fate that befell them under Philip IV. Others believe it was an independent flowering, a new bloom from the same root, cultivated in different soil. In either case, the language, the symbols, the pervasive silence all strongly suggest inheritance. And what did they safeguard? Not gold, not relics, but a mindset, a vision of faith that embraced scientific inquiry, a reverence for the divine that coexisted with rationality, a conviction that the universe was structured not by decrees, but by discernible patterns, and that comprehending those patterns was a sacred endeavor. The Church, predictably, viewed this with suspicion. The Rosicrucians were never outlawed. There was no centralized lodge to incinerate, no head to sever. Yet, they were observed, marginalized, and labeled as fringe, and yet, their ideas, alchemy, universal brotherhood, the inner temple insidiously permeated art, science, and even politics. Sir Isaac Newton rigorously studied alchemy. Francis Bacon, frequently associated with Rosicrucian circles, envisioned a utopia governed by philosopher kings. These were not mere accidents. They were continuations, a final symbol, the rose upon the cross. It is not solely aesthetically beautiful, it is profoundly layered. The cross represents suffering, structure, the world itself. The rose embodies beauty, secrecy, the blooming of inner truth. Together, they form the silent theology of those who walk outside the cathedral's direct light. They do not reject Christ. They simply seek him beyond the confines of established walls. One now recognizes that the Templars were never solely guardians of relics, they were guardians of resonance. And when their voices were stifled by flames, the song was transmitted into other mouths, veiled, muted, yet continuously sung. The Rosicrucians did not resurrect the order. They ensured it never truly perished. One leans in now, listening not for the explicit words of history, but for the subtle whispers that flow beneath it, as delicate as breath on parchment, as distinct as ink freshly drying. For long after the Templars' names faded from royal decrees and papal bulls, something else took root, not within cathedrals or castles, but in courts, lodges, and battlefields. Whispers of their enduring presence echoed in oaths sworn in candle-lit rooms, in revolutions catalyzed by secret brotherhoods, and in families whose coats of arms bore peculiar crosses for which no conventional explanation existed. The Templars had vanished, yet influence, unlike flesh, cannot be consumed by fire. A dry, official, and largely overlooked historical record details Charles Edward Stuart, the Jacobite claimant to the British throne, being initiated into a Masonic rite in 1745. That rite included a ceremony strikingly reminiscent of Templar rituals, not merely in gestures or symbols, but in the invocation of an ancient order wronged, yet enduring. This is not an isolated instance. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, numerous revolutionary leaders and noble figures discreetly joined esoteric societies that claimed some connection, however tenuous, to the Templars. Were these individuals simply imbuing their ambitions with the allure of a lost knighthood? Or had something older, deeper, and more clandestine been guiding the course of events? In France, immediately preceding the Revolution, there was a resurgence of interest in Templar lore among intellectual circles. Voltaire, though not a mystic, found the concept of an ancient order defying both king and pope to be both intriguing and suspiciously useful. In 1791, when revolutionary forces desecrated royal tombs and disbanded religious orders, certain groups were conspicuously left untouched. Among them was a Masonic lodge in Paris named Les Chevaliers du Temple. When questioned as to why it had been spared, an official reportedly responded, "They serve no king, they follow the cross." No further elaboration was provided. One obscure but fascinating link emerges in the legend of Giuseppe Garibaldi, the Italian revolutionary. Garibaldi, a Freemason and fervent unifier, was initiated into the Rite of Memphis and Misraim, a ritual system rich with Templar allusions, including the vow of silence, the symbolic death and rebirth, and references to a hidden Jerusalem. Garibaldi wore a black cross beneath his jacket during his campaigns, a detail known only from a letter he wrote to a fellow Mason, expressing gratitude for the relic from our brethren who kept the fire in darkness. What relic? What fire? These questions intertwine with the bloodline hypothesis, suggesting that some of these movements were not merely ideologically inspired by the Templars, but potentially genetically connected. A handful of noble families in France, Spain, and Portugal trace their lineages to men believed to have escaped the suppression. These genealogies are often intricate, replete with gaps and embellishments, but they include names such as de Rohan, de la Roche, and de Salazar, names that quietly appear in Templar rolls before 1307 and subsequently surface in positions of curious influence centuries later. Even more enigmatic is the case of an Austrian noble family, the von Hohenstaufens, who purportedly possessed a sealed relic passed down through generations. A black silk banner bearing a crimson cross, stitched in a pattern unseen since the Templars' final stand at Acre. The banner was last displayed in 1913 during a private ceremony preceding the outbreak of the First World War. It then vanished, reportedly taken into hiding by a Jesuit archivist with connections to the Vatican's secret collections. There is an ongoing scholarly debate as to whether these blood oaths and black crosses were merely theatrical inventions used to bind men to a cause. However, if they were fictional, why did they inspire such profound loyalty, such meticulous coordination, such unwavering silence? Here, a recollection deepens the tension. Recall the trial confessions in which knights spoke of a mysterious head, the caput, and of secret prayers recited in languages unknown to Latin. Those rituals, it was argued, were heretical, but what if they were not? What if they were preserved, adapted, abstracted, and transmitted in fragments, not as dogma, but as profound direction. The structure of these later brotherhoods frequently mirrored military chains of command: cells, commanderies, grand priories. Even in movements seemingly unconnected to mysticism, such as the Carbonari in Italy or the Black Hand in the Balkans, historians have identified echoes of the Templar organizational style: oaths sealed with blood, sacred symbols worn over the heart, and a doctrine of secrecy, even unto death. A controversial interpretation suggests that the Templars never intended to restore their public order. They adapted, they dispersed. They became the shadow advisors, the financiers, the kingmakers, operating behind thrones and within parliaments not for glory, but for a higher purpose. One overlooked detail further fuels this hypothesis. During the Napoleonic Wars, a French general leading troops into Portugal demanded the surrender of Tomar, the old Templar stronghold. When his soldiers entered the citadel, they found it completely evacuated, save for a single candle burning in the crypt beneath the church. At the foot of the altar lay a black tunic with a red cross, perfectly preserved, as if it had been placed moments before their arrival. No documents, no occupants, just a statement, silent and potent. Is it myth? Perhaps, but if so, it is a myth meticulously designed to perpetuate its own memory, to reinforce not merely the history of the Templars, but their method, their endurance, their profound choice. For perhaps that is the ultimate power of the Black Cross. It is not the symbol of martyrdom, but of discretion. Not rebellion, but recalibration. It does not cry out, it waits. It does not demand justice, it ensures continuity. And as the modern world emerged through revolutions, empires, and republics, the Black Cross appeared repeatedly, on rings, on flags, on secret walls beneath ancient cities. Never overt, but never truly absent. One now realizes that history is not always recounted in plain daylight. Sometimes it is inscribed in invisible ink, sealed with a vow, and subtly passed hand to hand beneath the table. The Templars understood this, and they imparted this knowledge to those who would inherit not merely their secrets, but their silence. One now approaches the precipice of confession, not whispered in the darkness by tortured men, but inscribed by papal hands in plain daylight, then concealed for centuries. The location, Chinon, France. The year, 1308. A stone fortress enveloped by mist and political intrigue. Few suspected that within its walls, the fate of the Knights Templar would be profoundly reshaped, not by sword or flame, but by pen and seal. The Chinon parchment would not see daylight again until 2001. Discovered by historian Barbara Frail in the Vatican secret archives, the parchment had been misfiled for nearly 700 years under an incorrect reference. Its contents sent ripples throughout the historical community. For while popular history remembers the Templars as heretics condemned by the Pope, the Chinon document reveals something radically different and deeply disquieting. It was not the Church that excommunicated the Templars, it was the Crown that demanded their destruction. In the document, Pope Clement V, under immense pressure from King Philip IV of France, formally absolved the Templars of heresy. The interrogation was conducted by 3 papal delegates at Chinon Castle. Key leaders of the order, including Grand Master Jacques de Molay, did confess, but under questioning specifically by the Church, they were subsequently forgiven. The Pope found no conclusive proof of blasphemy, idolatry, or devil worship. Instead, he granted absolution and, in a meticulously worded papal act, essentially recognized the order's failings as disciplinary, not theological. One pauses here to fully absorb this implication. The Church never definitively condemned them. Yet, history records their suppression, their immolation, their erasure. For while Clement V may have sought reconciliation, Philip IV required total obliteration. The king owed vast sums to the Templars. He feared their pervasive influence, their immense wealth, and their loyalty to no single crown. The trials, the public spectacle, the accusations all served a singular political objective: destruction through scandal. This singular scroll, yellowed and creased, sealed with a broken wax imprint, contains the clearest exoneration the Templars ever received. And yet, it was hidden, misplaced, or incorrectly filed, the archive claimed, for almost 7 centuries. Its obscurity is almost too perfect. An obscure detail. The sheen on parchment was not merely a statement of absolution. It was an integral part of a complex negotiation. Clement V had intended to reform the order, possibly merge it with another, or place it more directly under papal control. However, that plan dissolved under the intense pressure of Philip's accusations and overwhelming public sentiment. Nevertheless, the parchment demonstrates that the order's leadership never truly fell out of favor with the highest ecclesiastical authority, even if it served no one's interest to publicly acknowledge this. One might inquire, if the Pope forgave them, why were they executed? Because forgiveness whispered in a locked room cannot save men condemned in a public square. And because power, once challenged, will not be satisfied with repentance, it demands ashes. Historians continue to debate the parchment's true significance. Some argue that it arrived too late, and that Clement's absolution was merely symbolic. Others suggest it was an act of cowardice, a private attempt to preserve moral authority while simultaneously sacrificing the order to political necessity. But one question persistently lingers. Why was it lost? The Vatican's archive is not a disorganized attic. It is one of the most meticulously maintained repositories on Earth. For this scroll, this one document, to vanish for centuries, strains the bounds of coincidence. Some speculate it was intentionally concealed to avoid undermining the Church's later narrative concerning the Templars' guilt. Others believe the Jesuits, or another internal faction, suppressed the scroll to protect theological stability. After all, a public acknowledgement that the Templars were wronged by both church and state might raise dangerous questions about authority, justice, and institutional memory. And yet, the parchment resurfaced. A subtle recollection echoes. Remember the Vatican's centuries, long campaign to control the Templar narrative, sometimes through obliteration, sometimes through absorption. The sheen on parchment proves that silence was not merely a defensive act. It was a tactic, a method of shaping not only history, but also belief. This parchment, simple and fragile, is more than mere evidence. It is a mirror. In it, one discerns the profound contradiction that defined the Templar story: loyalty punished, faith betrayed, forgiveness rendered impotent by political necessity. The scroll is brief, consisting of only a few pages, but it fundamentally rewrites everything. Jacques de Molay, so often remembered as a stubborn heretic who refused to recant, was in fact granted absolution by the highest authority in Christendom. His execution, then, was not justice, it was vengeance. And vengeance inscribes its own history. There is something profoundly haunting about this revelation. It does not exonerate the Templars of every shadow. The rituals, the secrecy, the rumors remain. But it unveils the true machinery behind their downfall. Not heresy, but debt. Not blasphemy, but betrayal. Not damnation, but sacrifice. Because absolution is meaningless if it is interred. And so, the sheen on parchment stands today as both a relic and a warning. It reminds one that history is not solely what occurred, but what was permitted to be remembered. The Templars may have perished with curses on their lips and flames at their feet, but behind the veil, a different judgment was rendered. One that perceived the individual, not the myth. One that understood their flaws, but did not condemn their souls. A black cross forgiven in secret, a brotherhood erased in public. And now, centuries later, the truth, or some fractured remnant of it, flickers back into view, like a candle rekindled in a ruined chapel. One wonders how many more parchments lie dormant beneath stone. How many more truths were filed under silence? The fires that consumed the Templars never truly extinguished. they flickered clandestinely across generations and national borders, reborn in revived rituals and enduring names. And now, as the wind moves through the fissures of history, one follows it into a more obscure realm, to the societies that claim the mantle of the Templars long after their swords were broken and their banners fell silent. Some denounce them as impostors, others recognize them as inheritors, but the most disquieting possibility is that they represent continuations. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the romanticization of the Templars reached an apex. Artists depicted noble knights framed in ethereal light, authors penned tragedies of profound injustice, and esoteric circles began to assert that the order had never truly perished. It had merely receded into obscurity. These were not merely narratives exchanged over wine and candlelight. They were foundational blueprints for new organizations. Across Europe, groups began to form, bearing names such as Times, Ordre du Temple ***, Militia Templi Scotia ***, and the Times, Sovereign Military Order of the Temple of Jerusalem ***. Some were straightforward fraternal orders inspired by chivalric ideals, but others asserted direct descent through documents, relics, or lines of succession purportedly traceable back to survivors of 1307. One of the most persistent examples emerged in France in the early 1800s, founded by a man named Bernard Raymond Fabre, Palaprat. He claimed to possess a document known as the Times L'Armenius Charter ***, an alleged secret transmission of Grand Mastership from Jacques de Molay to Johannes Marcus L'Armenius in 1324. The parchment appeared aged and bore signatures from a supposed unbroken line of successors. Fabre, Palaprat, utilized it to establish a modern Templar order and declared himself Grand Master. Historians have debated the authenticity of the Times L'Armenius Charter Times for centuries. Handwriting and ink tests have yielded inconclusive results. While some unequivocally label it an elaborate forgery, others believe it may contain older fragments strategically reassembled for political utility. Regardless of its authenticity, it ignited a movement. Lodges proliferated across France, Portugal, and Italy, adopting Templar regalia, reviving rites, and collecting or crafting new relics. The open question remains: were these groups merely echo chambers for aristocrats and romantic thinkers, or did they serve a more covert purpose, a means to transmit genuine knowledge, rites, or agendas too perilous for public scrutiny? Some of these orders exhibited an unsettling level of connectivity. In Portugal, the Order of Christ, long considered a mere successor to the Templars, quietly funded maritime expeditions, maintained coded archives, and held private audiences with the Vatican. In Scotland, speculative Freemasonic lodges incorporated rituals that referenced the Temple of Solomon, buried treasure, and oaths of secrecy, remarkably similar to those found in inquisitorial records from the 14th century. And then there are the darker claims. In Belgium during the interwar period, a private archive surfaced containing meeting minutes from a group calling itself Times La Croix Noire Times, the Black Cross. The group's members included bankers, noblemen, and military officers. The notes referenced legacy protocols, sealed archives beneath Lyon and the Seventh Fort. Scholars dismissed it as an eccentric club, but one line was particularly striking. The fire was passed from Acre to Avignon, and from Avignon to Bruges. We serve not the church, we serve the word. That precise phrase appears nowhere else in historical records, except once in a damaged transcript of a Templar interrogation in 1310. A knight named Geoffroy de Charny reportedly whispered, before being silenced, **, non servimus ecclesiae, servimus verbo, **, we do not serve the church, we serve the word. This could be mere coincidence, but coincidences are the currency of those who refuse to believe in secrets. These modern Templar orders have not disappeared. Indeed, many exist today, complete with websites, ceremonies, charitable fronts, and even diplomatic ties. Some are little more than hobbyist clubs with elaborate costumes. but others operate in more enigmatic circles. A French Templar order reportedly made contact with the United Nations in the 1992, offering spiritual assistance in matters of heritage preservation. In Spain, a shadowy group claiming Templar roots purchased land above a rumored Visigothic crypt. In Germany, a private museum displays a sword it claims was blessed in 1129 by the Pope, a sword that vanished during the Nazi occupation and reappeared in 1983, anonymously donated by a man who left no name, only a signet ring bearing a red cross on obsidian. Some scholars argue that these shadow orders are merely reflections, projections of the human need for connection to the sacred, the noble, the mysterious past. But others suggest they are more than mere reflections. They are insulation, preservation, a method of storing power, not in vaults, but in memory, ritual, and lineage. One recalls the earlier resonance, the black crosses found after the Napoleonic invasions, the whispering lodges, the sudden vanishing of relics just prior to political upheavals. These elements form not a linear chain, but a complex constellation. One cannot definitively draw a line from star to star with absolute certainty, yet the pattern is discernible. And perhaps that is the ultimate point. For if the Templars transformed into a myth, then those who followed could operate as myths do, unseen, unquestioned, eternal, not through overt force, but through strategic discretion. There is a final irony in this entire narrative. The Church once accused the Templars of secret rites, of heresy, of unholy allegiance. And yet now, in the 21st century, men in tailored suits kneel in candlelight before banners embroidered with that very cross. Not because they possess definitive knowledge of the truth, but because something within them remembers it. Perhaps the Templars no longer require existence as knights. Perhaps their greatest victory was to transcend physical form and become an enduring idea, one whispered in rites, preserved in brotherhoods, hidden in plain sight. For even a forgotten order can cast a profoundly long shadow. It is often asserted that history belongs to the victors. However, sometimes it belongs to the archivists. And if one pursues the trail far enough beyond battlefields, beyond ruins, even beyond the whispers of subterranean brotherhoods, one arrives not in a forest or a crypt, but in a library, a vault, a locked chamber interred beneath marble corridors. Tonight, one's footsteps echo towards the very core of silence, the secret archives that may hold the last undisclosed truths about the Knights Templar. The examination commences with the Vatican. Beneath St. Peter's Basilica lies one of the most restricted archival collections globally, the Vatican Apostolic Archive. Despite public fascination, this is not a singular room with dusty scrolls and Hollywood-esque booby traps. It is a sprawling system of climate-controlled corridors, extending over 50 miles, housing centuries of church correspondence, papal bulls, trial records, secret negotiations, and unreleased decrees. It was within this archive that the Chinon parchment was discovered, and it is here, many believe, that the ultimate Templar files still repose. Although the Vatican has publicly released thousands of pages pertaining to the Inquisition and the Templars, certain documents remain sealed, purportedly for preservation reasons, according to the Curia. Others are categorized as misfiled, undergoing restoration, or awaiting classification. However, those who have worked within whisper of more, entire folders labeled Times Ordo Templi Asterisk, communications between cardinals and monarchs post-1314, uncatalogued ledgers, and lists of confiscated properties whose ultimate destinations remain unknown. A peculiar case arises from 1934, when a Jesuit scholar named Father Riccardo Massi claimed to have seen a folio referencing a transfer of custody from the Order of the Temple to another unnamed order in 1318. When pressed, he recanted. The Vatican later clarified that no such document exists. Massi died in 1942, and his private notebooks reportedly vanished from his monastery. The inquiry then shifts to France. Within the National Archives of Paris resides a collection known as the Templar Trials Dossier. Some contents are public transcripts of interrogations, property inventories, and papal instructions. However, others are incomplete. Gaps appear in chronological records. Certain names are missing from the rosters of accused knights. And perhaps most revealingly, maps of the Templars' commanderies, their fortified estates, include annotations from 19th century ink, suggesting that subterranean structures were discovered, explored, and not officially reported. One document, marked non-divulgar, refers cryptically to La 13e Chambre, the 13th chamber, located beneath the Paris Temple, which was destroyed during the French Revolution. According to legend, it housed objects not catalogued in church or state inventories, objects not of this world, as one margin note purportedly reads, though that phrase has never been authenticated. An obscure but fascinating clue originates from a 1907 letter written by a Belgian archivist named Jules Lefebvre. In it, he describes examining a papal letter dated 1312, instructing a bishop in Navarre to secure symbols and ledgers of the order in a fortress vault until further instruction. That vault has never been located. These are not merely curious footnotes, they suggest a discernible pattern, an intentional effort to withhold or redirect key artifacts and documents. Scholars may debate the motives, but the outcomes are clear. Gaps, absences, redactions. So, what might remain locked away? Some speculate that the Vatican holds detailed inventories of items removed from Templar commanderies. Others believe correspondence exists between Jacques de Molay and other European leaders that has never been published. A persistent theory claims the order possessed internal writings, a codex of rules, rituals, or beliefs never sanctioned by Rome, and that these are held in deep storage to prevent doctrinal chaos. One recalls the Vatican's centuries-long campaign to control the Templar narrative, sometimes through obliteration, sometimes through absorption. The secret archives represent the ultimate battleground, not one of flames or blood, but of access and absence. Modern shadow orders, those previously glimpsed, have occasionally hinted that they too possess documents the Church lacks. Some have released facsimiles of Templar seals, parchment fragments, or liturgical texts allegedly passed down in exile. Authenticity is invariably questioned, but then again, so is the Vatican's. And thus, the open question persists. What are they still concealing? Is it guilt and acknowledgement that the Church betrayed its most loyal warriors under political pressure? Or is it something else entirely, knowledge deemed too dangerous, too destabilizing, or too sacred to ever be made public? There is a cold reality to secret archives. They rarely house smoking guns. More often, they contain mundane truths. Truths that, when assembled, reveal not conspiracy, but complicity. The slow erosion of a noble order, achieved not solely by fire, but by silence, bureaucracy, and selective memory. Yet, within that silence, the Templars endure. For the most potent secrets are not those that proclaim themselves loudly. They are the ones that simply disappear quietly, officially, unquestioned. And perhaps that is the ultimate safeguard, not locked doors, but the pervasive assumption that there is nothing left to discover. One feels otherwise. The candle now burns low, its flame flickering against ancient stone. The journey has traversed ruins, testimonies, rituals, and riddles, and what remains is a question that has endured for centuries in silence. Did the Knights Templar truly vanish? Or did they merely alter their form, shedding the myths, the grail, the gold, the curses? What remains is something far more resilient to erasure, to continuity. Not the dramatic kind, not knights galloping in shadows, but something more subtle. A thread passed through ledgers, through architectural symbolism, through networks and names, through silence. When Jacques de Molay was consumed by fire, the prevailing assumption was that the flames obliterated the order. Yet, fire purifies, it also transforms. Consider this. No other medieval order left such an indelible impression. The Hospitallers faded into the military legacy of Malta. The Teutonic Knights became a footnote in Prussian history, but the Templars, their name, never departed the public imagination. Their symbols remain etched in cathedrals and coats of arms. Their secrets continue to invite investigation, devotion, and even imitation. Why? Because they transcended their role as warriors. They became an archetype, the embodiment of incorruptible loyalty to a higher purpose, an oath more potent than any king, a cause more profound than any throne. That idea cannot be incinerated or interred. It lingers in whispered oaths, in unseen hands, in strange continuities. One has observed how their banking systems laid the groundwork for modern finance. One has walked through chapels aligned with celestial bodies. One has read between the lines of inquisitorial documents and found rituals echoing through Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, and revolutionary movements. One has uncovered claims of Templar voyages across oceans, of secret successions, of orders that never officially perished. And now, it becomes apparent, the Templars did not require survival as a standing army. They required survival as a fundamental principle, one that could adapt, reappear, and exert influence without exposing itself. Whether through stone carvings or strategic marriages, through encoded manuscripts or chartered banks, their legacy flowed like water, adopting the shape of whatever vessel would carry it forward. This was not accidental. From their inception, their rule emphasized secrecy. Their commanderies were self-sufficient. Their internal structure was decentralized. They were meticulously designed to endure and to vanish when circumstances demanded. Consequently, when the final arrests occurred, when swords were confiscated and banners lowered, some indeed fled, some indeed perished in flames. But others simply assimilated into monastic orders, into trade guilds, into aristocratic lineages, into the very bloodstreams of systems we barely recognize as their descendants. Until one day, one looks around and realizes the order never truly ended. It simply ceased wearing armor. There are no absolute certainties in this narrative, only converging lines, circumstantial echoes, fragments of truth hidden in vaults and under veils. But if there is one conclusion to draw from the cumulative weight of it all, it is this: the Knights Templar were not erased, they were absorbed. Their mission did not perish, it evolved. They became an integral part of the scaffolding of modern civilization. Silent architects behind banking secrecy, symbolism, and power. And just perhaps, somewhere, a tradition still lives, a candle still burns, a vow is still whispered in the darkness. For an idea does not require a physical form to survive, it requires only belief. And belief, as the Templars once knew, is the most enduring force of all. Now, a profound stillness descends. No more the rhythmic hoofbeats, no more the murmurs of turning parchment, or the sputtering of torches in clandestine halls. The storm has subsided, and all that remains is the sound of one's own breath, slow, quiet, drifting like incense in a ruined chapel. A path has been traced, carved not in stone but in silence. A silence that persisted beyond fire and torture, beyond confession and absolution, beyond papal seals and royal decrees. The profound silence of men who understood their order would perish, yet meticulously preserved its hidden heart. This is the enduring mechanism of legacies, not through triumph or proudly unfurled banners, but within the hush that follows when no one is observing. And yet, something ancient continues to observe. One may never stand within a Templar crypt. One may never experience the tangible weight of a sword that has passed through 100 hands, sworn to a forgotten cause. But something more ancient than gold, something more profound than dogma, has been touched, a lineage of thought, a code, not inscribed on tablets, not publicly proclaimed, but transmitted instead in a glance, a hand resting over a heart, a symbol etched in the corner of a cathedral that no one ever questions. History enters, power silences. But truth, genuine truth, possesses a different kind of patience. Therefore,
They were tasked with guarding pilgrims and holding ground, yet for 9 years they remained hidden beneath Jerusalem's most sacred site. Instead of engaging in battles and seeking glory, they dedicated themselves to digging. Upon their emergence, the world irrevocably changed. Their influence expanded rapidly, and their adversaries multiplied. Centuries later, their legacy continues to resonate through ancient stone vaults and forbidden historical accounts. One must ponder, what discovery did the Knights Templar make beneath Solomon's temple that compelled monarchs to yield and instilled fear in popes? A secret that might still be concealed today. Let the distractions of the world subside. Take a deep breath and envision a flickering torch in a dusty chamber, ancient stones exuding moisture in the profound silence. The past is poised to reveal a truth never intended to be heard again. Picture Jerusalem in the year 1119, a city steeped in dust and prayer. The Crusader states were nascent, fragile under an uncertain peace. Amidst this tumultuous backdrop, 9 anonymous, unsponsored knights presented a singular request: to reside atop the Temple Mount. They called themselves the poor fellow soldiers of Christ, but chose to settle not near bustling markets or prominent churches, but directly above the ruins of Solomon's temple. This location was rumored to still resonate with a divine presence, or perhaps something even more ancient. They erected no chapel and guarded no roads. Instead, day after day, month after month, they descended into the earth. Historical records from this period are scant, and the silence is profound. Yet, when they finally re-emerged, nearly a decade later, the world had been transformed. They were no longer impoverished or obscure. They had become the most powerful and feared military religious force in Christendom, possessing immeasurable wealth and impenetrable secrets. What transpired beneath that temple? What ancient presence did they disturb or liberate? This is not merely a tale of relics and legends. It is the account of a discovery that might have reshaped the spiritual framework of the Western world, and a cover-up that has persisted for centuries. You commence with a map, not one delineated by borders and capitals, but one etched in memory, myth, and sacred geometry. Jerusalem, that perpetual crucible of belief, endures like an unhealed wound, layered with conquest and consecration. The First Crusade, concluding in 1099, left the city bloodied and vulnerable. The Temple Mount, known to Muslims as Haram al-Sharif, stood eerily vacant. Once the site of Solomon's legendary temple, then Herod's reconstruction, subsequently a Byzantine ruin, and finally a Muslim sanctuary, this plateau bore the weight of centuries. It was holy, it was dangerous, and for reasons that continue to perplex historians, it was where the Templars chose to excavate. They could have established residence anywhere within the newly reclaimed Latin kingdom. Yet, these 9 knights requested a very specific location from King Baldwin II, the Al-Aqsa Mosque. To modern observers, it might appear to be just another repurposed structure. However, to them, and to anyone with a discerning eye for the past, it was the resting place of Solomon's temple, a structure foundational not only to Jewish and Christian identity, but also rumored to be the last known repository of divine instruments. Why choose this location? Why excavate beneath a mosque when the roads were still strewn with the remains of pilgrims? Some contend it was a strategic decision, given that the Temple Mount commanded key roads and offered a military advantage. Others claim it was symbolic, a gesture asserting a Judeo-Christian legacy in a city of divergent truths. However, a more subdued theory whispers beneath these explanations, one seldom appearing in textbooks. The Templars believed something significant remained beneath the surface. Not mere rubble, nor simple relics, but profound knowledge. Centuries-old Jewish texts had suggested that Solomon constructed more than just a temple. He built an underworld of vaults and channels, some for treasures, others for mysteries far more profound than gold. The Book of Kings speaks of hidden rooms and secret foundations. Rabbinic lore delves even deeper, describing chambers where the Ark was concealed and sacred fire was hidden from Babylonian invaders. It was not merely a building, it was a labyrinth. Therefore, when the Templars descended into those ruins, they were not solely seeking history. They pursued something whispered to them by the ancient custodians of the Holy Land keepers of the past, who had survived every purge by retreating into silence. One can almost visualize veiled conversations, knowledge passed through hands hardened by both warfare and scripture. A suggestion, perhaps, that the answers to their profound questions lay not in Rome but directly beneath their feet. A century later, the chronicler William of Tyre would record that the knights performed excavations in the temple. This phrase is simple and unremarkable, yet it appears in no other military account. There is no mention of sieges or skirmishes, only silent digging, no record of what was removed, and no given reason. When the Templars finally re-emerged into daylight after years of subterranean labor, they did not inform local bishops. Instead, they traveled directly to Europe, seeking Bernard of Clairvaux, the most influential voice in the church. Within months, the order was transformed. They were granted autonomy, wealth flowed in, and lands were bestowed upon them. Most tellingly, their number had expanded beyond the original 9. This raises a rather pertinent question. If they had found nothing, why the sudden dramatic shift? Why the meteoric rise? And why would popes begin issuing edicts, placing them above secular law, exempting them from taxes, and granting them immunity from local authority? It is almost as if they had offered the church something of immense value, or perhaps something sufficiently dangerous to warrant control rather than outright suppression. One theory, rarely voiced above a whisper, posits that their discovery threatened Rome more than it blessed it. Not a relic, nor a scroll, but an idea, a reinterpretation of sacred origins, a glimpse into pre-biblical history, something that did not belong exclusively to Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, but predated them all. Even today, archaeologists approach the Temple Mount with extreme caution, not only due to political tensions, but because the ground itself resists interpretation. Ground-penetrating radar is restricted, and excavation permits are virtually impossible to obtain. No entity, not even the Israeli Antiquities Authority, undertakes digging there without risking diplomatic catastrophe. Why? Because beneath the Temple Mount lies a mystery that no one truly wishes to resolve. Perhaps that is the precise intention. Perhaps the Templars uncovered something so disruptive, so cosmologically inconvenient, that the only way to preserve civilization's fragile myths was to keep it perpetually buried. Yet, one cannot help but wonder, why did they return day after day for such an extended period, slipping into the earth like specters? What did they witness in the darkness? And what profound silence was exchanged for their protection? You recall that initial image, the map without borders. It does not depict roads. It illustrates fault lines, the places where belief trembles, where ancient deities murmur in their slumber. And there, at the very core of it all, is a solitary hilltop in Jerusalem, and the excavation that altered history. They profess poverty as their emblem, 9 knights with no banner but faith, no wealth but conviction, and no ostensible reason to be taken seriously. Yet for nearly a decade, these men remained rooted in place, without expanding their ranks, without recruiting, and most remarkably, without engaging in combat. In a land where sword met steel with daily regularity, their absence from the battlefield perplexed even their contemporaries. The poor fellow soldiers of Christ arrived with noble intentions, or so the narrative suggests. However, what they genuinely occupied themselves with beneath the Al-Aqsa Mosque remains an enigma that clings to history like incense in a crypt. From 1119 to approximately 1128, this core group of 9 knights lived an almost monastic existence atop the Temple Mount. Records of military engagement during this period are virtually non-existent. There are no victories to extol, no casualties to lament, merely an unsettling stillness, as if time had paused around them while the rest of the Crusader world surged forward. Throughout this period, they resisted expansion, choosing to do so only after they had discovered something. It is tempting to interpret this period as a spiritual sabbatical, a quiet devotion to God in Jerusalem. However, if that were the case, why the intense secrecy? Why the silence in documentation? The chroniclers of that era were far from subtle. They meticulously recorded the size of fish caught near Tyre and cataloged the dreams of Crusader generals. Yet for nearly a decade, the Templars seemed to vanish into the background, leaving only the faintest whispers of their daily lives. This signifies not merely piety, but deliberate concealment. One particularly obscure letter from the abbot of Clairvaux, often overlooked by mainstream historians, alludes to an undertaking of significant depth and discipline occurring in Jerusalem during this time. Most interpret this as a metaphor for spiritual growth. But what if it was not? What if it referred to something literal, digging, exploring, uncovering? The Templars, after all, were not just warriors. Many originated from noble families, possessing education, linguistic skills, and access to ancient manuscripts. Some were adept in engineering, mathematics, and sacred geometry. To dismiss them as simple knights would be akin to calling Da Vinci a mere doodler. They possessed the means to plan and execute a sustained excavation operation, and they held the key location. The Temple Mount was not merely symbolic, it was geological. Its foundations were rumored to contain chambers, tunnels, and passages from the first and second temples, some natural, some carved by hands long turned to dust. Intriguingly, during the same period, various relics and manuscripts quietly began appearing in certain European monasteries, items of Jewish origin, often written in Aramaic or an unidentified script. While none were officially linked to the Templars, the timing was highly suspicious. It was as if strands of forgotten knowledge were being disseminated covertly, leaving no discernible fingerprints, yet unsettling many. Certain bishops even issued warnings against the unauthorized copying or circulation of sacred texts. One such document, discovered centuries later in the Vatican archives, contained a direct reference to scrolls of the Solomonic halls. Still, not everything was so subtle. In the subsequent decades, Templar commanderies began to incorporate curious architectural elements, spirals, twin pillars, and geometries that emulated not the Latin cross, but the layout of Solomon's temple. This design divergence puzzled later scholars. Why deviate from the classic cruciform style unless the influence stemmed not from Rome but from something unearthed in those dark Jerusalem vaults? Some accounts claim the Templars discovered early Kabbalistic texts, or at least proto-Kabbalistic writings, that predated the formalized tradition by centuries. These documents, if authentic, would have introduced a radically different cosmology, one that depicted God not as a distant monarch in heaven, but as a radiant unfolding of emanations, light, numbers, patterns, a divine presence embedded in architecture, proportion, and vibration. Such concepts would have appeared heretical, if not incomprehensible, to the Latin Church. But to the Templars, perhaps it was a revelation worth safeguarding. It is also important to observe what changed after those 9 years. Once they emerged, the floodgates opened. Suddenly, they were granted privileges no other order enjoyed: immunity from local laws, tax exemptions, and direct access to the Pope. Their numbers grew exponentially, their coffers swelled with land and gold, and their influence extended across borders like ivy on a crypt wall. Coincidence? Or was this the reward for presenting something the Church desired to keep concealed? A peculiar gap persists in the records from the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, roughly from 1122 to 1127. A fire is often cited as the reason for the missing scrolls. Fires do occur, but this one, it seems, targeted only one vault, only one set of records, and the individual responsible for its safekeeping was later reassigned to a minor parish in the Italian countryside, never to be heard from again. One cannot help but be suspicious. More remarkably, the earliest accounts of Templar rituals date not from this formative period, but from much later, secondhand reports speculative and often penned by their adversaries. What rituals did they practice during those 9 hidden years? What vows were exchanged beneath Jerusalem, far from the scrutiny of Rome? Then there is the dream, the strange but persistent dream, recorded by a 13th century monk from Burgundy, who claimed a dying knight confessed to visions of a throne of light guarded by lions and etched with stars. Whether a hallucination or a memory, the imagery echoed certain apocalyptic Jewish texts that had not yet been translated into Latin. How would a French knight have known such details? Thus, centuries later, we peer through a haze of gaps and redactions. The 9 knights who arrived, impoverished and anonymous, departed as something entirely different, not merely warriors, not simply monks, but custodians of something more ancient than either title could encompass. And the excavation they undertook beneath the Al-Aqsa Mosque was never refilled. It still exists, sealed, guarded, unnamed, yet not forgotten. You have likely encountered the romanticized portrayals. White-cloaked knights riding through sunlit ruins, swords gleaming, faith unwavering. However, the most enduring legacy of the Templars may not reside in their military engagements or vast financial holdings. It may lie in lines, geometry, and diagrams, subtle evidence etched into vellum and concealed in the margins of history. While their contemporaries constructed with brick and mortar, the Templars seemed to build in secrecy and silence, fashioning an invisible map of something they dared not articulate. the true blueprint of their power may have originated underground, beneath Solomon's temple. During the early 14th century, a peculiar scroll came into the possession of a minor French nobleman. Unadorned, written in a mix of Latin shorthand and geometric symbols, the parchment offered no direct explanation, only measurements, cryptic annotations, and the unmistakable outline of a structure featuring 7 chambers descending in depth and complexity. The dimensions were not based on Roman standards, but on an older scale, likely Egyptian or Mesopotamian in origin. This scroll, now lost, was initially dismissed as fantasy, until researchers decades later noted that its proportions precisely matched the foundations of the Temple Mount. The implications were startling and profoundly unsettling. If the scroll had indeed originated from Templar hands, as its provenance suggested, it implied the knights had either discovered ancient architectural plans beneath the temple or had drafted them firsthand during their years of subterranean exploration. Neither possibility aligns with the neat, sanitized narrative presented by medieval church chroniclers. Yet, similar diagrams began to emerge elsewhere, often buried within unrelated monastic texts. A manuscript from Toledo contained an uncredited fold-out page that appeared to mirror the same subterranean network, including notations in a hybrid of Hebrew and medieval French. One chamber was labeled MZL, possibly a variation of Mazel, the Hebrew word for destiny or constellation. One could argue this is mere coincidence, perhaps medieval doodling, or the result of overworked scribes. However, the recurring presence of these diagrams, dispersed across European libraries, suggests coordination, a blueprint intended for preservation not in one location, but in fragments, hidden in plain sight, like a deliberately shattered mosaic, designed to be impossible to fully erase. Architectural anomalies also speak volumes. At the Templar Chapel in Tomar, Portugal, one of the order's most sacred sites, the floor plan deviates from standard church design. It features an octagonal rotunda, mirroring the dome of the rock. But its significance is not merely symbolic. Concealed beneath the chapel is a circular chamber, accessible only via a narrow spiral staircase. Historians have long debated its function, a ritual chamber, a storage vault. What is rarely discussed is how its proportions align almost perfectly with the third chamber depicted in the mysterious scroll. This pattern is replicated across Europe in churches, crypts, and towers attributed to the Templars, each slightly different yet echoing the same geometrical logic, the same invisible architecture. And it was not limited to buildings. In 1929, a French archaeologist working near the Rhône River unearthed a peculiar stone disc buried next to a collapsed granary. The disc, though weathered, bore concentric circles divided into unequal segments. Initial assessments dismissed it as agricultural, perhaps a crop calendar. But when measured, the ratios matched those found in the so-called Solomonic diagrams of the Templar manuscripts. Even stranger, etched near the center, was a symbol that defied attribution, a star within a hexagon surrounded by waves. Some regarded it as esoteric nonsense. Others whispered a more disquieting possibility, that it represented a chamber beneath Jerusalem, one perhaps filled not with gold, but with echoes. A recurring motif in these maps is the pair of pillars, Boaz and Jachin, said to have stood at the entrance of Solomon's temple. They reappear repeatedly, sketched beside doorways, carved into archways, and woven into Templar tapestries. However, in these renderings, the pillars are not merely decorative, they are directional compass points, anchors in an otherwise shifting design. If the Templars followed a map, these pillars may have served as their Rosetta Stone. And then there is the question few are eager to ask: who assisted them in deciphering it? The Templars were not the first to explore the Temple Mount. Before them came Jewish mystics, Byzantine engineers, and Islamic scholars, each leaving behind fragments of knowledge, oral traditions, and guarded secrets. Some believe the Templars formed quiet alliances with local families descendants of Levites or scholars who had preserved knowledge forbidden in both synagogue and mosque. Whispers of these collaborations surface in obscure oral histories, such as the tale of Yusuf al-Muqaddasi, a Sufi ascetic who reportedly met with a Frankish knight and gave him a sealed scroll wrapped in linen, cautioning that the path below is not made of stone but of time. Of course, mainstream historians dismiss these claims. There is no formal record, no signature on parchment. But that is precisely the point. The Templars left behind blueprints not for buildings, but for a worldview, a network of knowledge encoded in geometry, hidden in architecture, and transmitted through silence. Even today, when modern archaeologists conduct surveys near the Temple Mount, anomalies persist. Ground-penetrating radar reveals cavities where none should exist, corridors leading nowhere, chambers that vanish into the bedrock. However, full excavation is forbidden. Politics, religion, and fear conspire to keep the soil undisturbed. It is as if the earth itself has been sworn to secrecy. And one is left to wonder, were the Templars the last to witness that hidden space beneath the stones where light never penetrates and time folds in on itself? Did they crawl through dust and echoes with trembling hands, mapping something no human was ever meant to comprehend? Or did they simply awaken something that had been waiting? One diagram, reportedly found in a Sicilian abbey, contains only 5 words in Latin. Non clavis sed lumen intrat, not the key, but the light enters. That is not merely architecture, that is theology. Or perhaps both. It was not crafted from parchment, papyrus, or hide. There was no illuminated lettering, no sacred calligraphy. It was merely a long, battered sheet of copper, crudely etched with names and numbers, resembling a shopping list from the underworld. Discovered in 1,952 inches, Cave 3 of Qumran, near the Dead Sea. The Copper Scroll is one of the most peculiar artifacts associated with the Dead Sea Scrolls. While its counterparts are theological and poetic, this one reads like a ledger, but not for coins or livestock. It details treasure. It speaks in riddles of massive quantities of gold and silver, temple vessels, and scrolls buried beneath the 3rd step, under the ruins, or in the cavity of the pillar, specific yet maddeningly vague. Nowhere does it name a single person or event, only locations that may no longer exist, or perhaps never did. To most scholars, the Copper Scroll is a curious puzzle, attributed to the Essenes or other apocalyptic sects of the Second Temple period. However, for those seeking the deeper shadows of history, particularly the Knights Templar, it may have been a map, not to riches, but to proof. Proof that the Temple of Solomon concealed more than mere relics, that it had hidden ideas. And these ideas were safeguarded in places the Romans could not burn and the priests could not confess. The Templars' alleged contact with local communities, Jewish, Arabic, and Samaritan, might have exposed them to surviving oral traditions. Some suggest they encountered a lineage of desert mystics who spoke of a scroll not kept in a temple but on the temple. One legend, collected by 19th century travelers, described a bronze leaf that bleeds numbers, taken from beneath a rock where stars used to gather. Naturally, mainstream academics scoff at such tales, and yet, it is noteworthy that the Templars, after their prolonged silence in Jerusalem, began acquiring land suspiciously close to Qumran. A transaction in 1131, recorded in the archives of Acre, shows a grant to the order for an unremarkable stretch of dry basin, neither strategically important nor agriculturally valuable. What it was, however, was within walking distance of Cave 3, a detail conveniently overlooked in most military histories. What if they possessed it? Not the literal copper scroll we have today, but an earlier version, perhaps the same text etched in a different medium, passed down through centuries. Could that have been their discovery beneath the Temple Mount? Not treasure itself, but the directions to treasure, not coins or relics, but coordinates to something buried deeper than any vault, and more perilous than any sword. The irony, of course, is that the modern copper scroll is almost impossible to decipher. Its syntax is clumsy, its grammar fractured, and some locations contradict others. But therein lies its brilliance. If it was encoded for secrecy, then nonsense was the perfect armor. Perhaps only those with the original key could interpret it, a map without a compass. What renders the theory more compelling is how the Templars subsequently behaved. In France, Spain, and Portugal, they commenced constructing buildings with underground chambers that mirrored the measurements described in the scroll. A chamber north of the double column, a vault behind the 4th step. At the Templar stronghold of Ponferrada in Spain, an underground crypt features an irregular recess hidden behind a stone altar, its location aligning precisely with one of the described treasure vaults. Coincidence or reconstruction? One passage of the scroll mentions a hidden library, 42 scrolls stored in a cedar box beneath the ruins of the valley. Modern searches have yielded nothing. However, Templar ships were not built for naught. If they followed this map, whether literal or symbolic, it is not difficult to imagine that the most valuable artifacts were quietly relocated across seas, beneath monasteries, or even into cathedrals we now consider purely architectural marvels. It is not solely about gold, it is about what the gold guarded. Some theorists, admittedly on the fringe, suggest the Templars interpreted the Copper Scroll as an encoded spiritual text. Its numbers and measures serve dual purposes. On the surface, treasure; beneath, a key to cosmological truth. Patterns within the scroll appear to follow the same number sequences found in Kabbalistic systems and, curiously, in medieval Christian alchemy, a convergence of traditions separated by time and theology, except in the hands of those who knew where to look. And yet, despite these tantalizing overlaps, no one has definitively linked the Templars to the Copper Scroll. That is, until the partial resurfacing of a 13th century Latin manuscript in the Biblioteca Nacional in Madrid. Written by an anonymous monk, the document makes passing reference to a map made of metal whose numbers speak in thunder. Thunder, the same metaphor used by Jewish mystics to describe revelations at Sinai. Coincidence again, perhaps. Or perhaps history consistently encounters the same buried wire. One final note, merely for curiosity. The Copper Scroll ends abruptly. No final tally, no closing statement. Just one last location written halfway down the plate, and then silence, as if the writer was interrupted or chose to cease. As if the final location was too dangerous to record or too sacred to share. So now you know, beneath the legends of Solomon's gold and Herod's marble, there is another layer, one not gilded in wealth, but etched in copper, a riddle composed of weight and silence. And it is quite possible that the men in white cloaks discovered it, or something similar, and followed it to the furthest reaches of the known world. If that is true, then the true treasure has never been in Jerusalem. It is the sensational headline, is it not? The Ark of the Covenant. This very object has captivated imaginations for centuries, shimmering in films, whispered about in sermons, and sketched on crumbling pages of half-translated manuscripts. The vessel is said to contain the original tablets of Moses, the voice of God in a box, or a weapon, or a throne, or a myth, depending on whom you ask. If the Templars discovered anything beneath the Temple Mount, conventional thought immediately turns to the Ark. It is a straightforward narrative, satisfying, visually compelling, and dramatic. However, you have journeyed this far to understand that what is satisfying is rarely what is true. In this particular instance, the golden box may have served not as the ultimate prize, but as the perfect distraction. Let us begin with what the Ark was believed to be. According to the Hebrew Bible, it was constructed under divine instruction and placed within the inner sanctum of Solomon's temple, the Holy of Holies. It was guarded, veiled, and never to be touched. When Israel fell, it vanished. Theories abound. Some claim it was hidden before the Babylonians breached the walls. Others assert it was taken to Ethiopia. Some whisper it was buried beneath the temple itself, precisely where the Templars would later excavate. And yet, no record, no physical trace, only persistent echoes. What is peculiar is how rapidly the Ark became associated with the Templars. Medieval chroniclers, particularly those outside the order, began linking them to divine artifacts and unseen powers shortly after their rise to prominence. There were even claims, bordering on hysterical, that they wielded relics too dangerous to display, items capable of summoning storms or shattering armies. Clearly hyperbole, but beneath the exaggeration, something significant was stirring. One of the earliest connections appears in a text by Otto of Freising, who writes of a company of knights who claimed to guard the thunder of Sinai. The phrasing is curious thunder, not tablets. It evokes sound, power, resonance. Later interpretations embellished this into a theory that the Templars had uncovered the Ark, or at least portions of it, and stored it in secret. Some suggested it traveled with their convoys across Europe. Others claimed it remained buried beneath their commandery in Acre. However, no tangible proof ever surfaced, unless, of course, that was the entire purpose. You see, the more one examines the evidence, the more the Ark begins to resemble a red herring, a useful myth that draws attention while something else, quieter, less cinematic, slips through the cracks. The Templars, master strategists that they were, may have intentionally allowed the Ark story to flourish. After all, what better way to conceal a profound discovery than to enshroud it in a legend so implausible that it would be dismissed outright? Consider this. During the 13th century, a series of churches were constructed with peculiar tabernacle niches, large, elaborately framed spaces with no obvious liturgical function. Some were entirely sealed. At Chartres Cathedral, the southern crypt contains a chamber once believed to hold the Ark itself, though no credible evidence supports this theory. Still, why construct a shrine to something you do not possess? Perhaps they did not possess the Ark. Perhaps they held something far more dangerous: texts, not sacred relics but forbidden knowledge. And the Ark myth served as the perfect decoy, grand enough to ignite curiosity, yet mythical enough to remain unverifiable. This would not be the first time a powerful institution utilized symbolism as camouflage. In fact, Jewish mysticism long maintained that the Ark's true value lay not in its contents, but in its construction. Its measurements, proportions, and materials were believed to encode spiritual truths. Kabbalistic texts suggested that the Ark was not merely a container but a cipher, a map of the divine structure of the cosmos. If the Templars discovered even fragments of such writings, the implications would be enormous, not merely religious, but mathematical, architectural, and even cosmological. Which brings us to the greatest irony of all. The real Ark may never have been a physical box. It may have been an idea, one so explosive that the Church would prefer a golden chest adorned with cherubs over a paradigm shift in theology, and the Templars perhaps understood that. Perhaps they allowed the Ark legend to flourish, because it enabled them to clandestinely transport something even greater under its protective shadow. During their arrests in 1307, inquisitors were obsessed with locating relics. The Ark was never explicitly mentioned. However, hidden treasures, strange idols, and secret texts were. The documents are clear on one point. The Church was not merely seeking wealth, it was seeking answers. Answers it believed the Templars had no right to possess. One inquisitor's notes mention a knight referencing the throne of silence wrapped in no gold but fire. It sounds poetic, perhaps delusional, but there it is again, that shift from object to essence, from treasure to truth. Even in Ethiopia, where the Ark is said to reside within the Church of Our Lady, Mary of Zion, no outsider has ever seen it. The guardian priests are forbidden to speak of it. There are no photographs, no verification, only stories. So perhaps that is the genius of the myth. Perhaps the Ark was never intended to be found. Because while the world chases gold and thunder, the true secret slips past, encoded in stone and number, in quiet revolution. And the Templars, they never denied finding it, but they never confirmed it either. They simply vanished into history, trailing their silence behind them like a cloak. You can almost visualize the dust swirling as they lifted the lid. Not gold, not jewels, but parchment brittle, ancient, inked with characters that no Templar training would have prepared them to read. Yet there it was, a truth too delicate for sunlight, but too potent to ignore. What if the true treasure beneath the temple was not a relic at all, but scripture? Not the kind approved by councils and popes, but scrolls from a time when faith was not yet formalized, when the voice of the divine had not been neatly divided into testaments and translations. This is not mere speculation. There are whispers, fragments of accounts, apocryphal notes in monastic margins, and intercepted letters that suggest the Templars brought back texts. Not one, not a single volume, but a cache, perhaps even a library. Some of the earliest mentions come from Islamic scholars in the Levant who, during the 12th century, remarked that the Franks searched not for gold but for writings of the sons of Harun, Aaron, brother of Moses. A curious observation, especially when considering the Qumran region's long history of document preservation. The Essenes, a sect known for obsessive archiving, may have hidden dozens of texts before the Roman siege. Some believe that similar caches existed beneath the Temple Mount, sealed away in stone niches, untouched since the days of Herod. If the Templars discovered these writings, the implications are staggering. What they uncovered would have predated the New Testament. In fact, it may have predated the Torah in its current form, early Proto-Hebrew texts, perhaps mixed with Zoroastrian, Babylonian, or even Egyptian theological elements. A primordial theology, unrefined, unapproved, unfiltered, and, more than that, dangerous, because the moment you hold a scroll that contradicts the official narrative, you become a liability. Knowledge, especially ancient knowledge, has a tendency to destabilize power. Imagine a document describing the temple's original purpose, not as a house of God, but as a cosmic engine, a place where ritual aligned with the stars to channel divine force. Now imagine reading that while wearing a cross on your chest and answering to a pope who believes heaven is only accessible through a sacrament. One Templar seal, found near Languedoc, depicts two knights on one horse, an emblem often interpreted as a symbol of poverty or brotherhood. However, some suggest another meaning: duality, two truths sharing the same mount, the known and the forbidden, the visible and the veiled. This theory finds strange support in their architectural choices. Templar chapels often contain unusual inscriptions, Latin words arranged in ways that make no grammatical sense, phrases that echo fragments found in the Book of Enoch or the Sefer Yetzirah, two texts long considered heretical by church authorities. Why include them unless they had access to versions of these writings long before they re-entered Western awareness through Jewish scholars or Renaissance collectors? And then there are the confessions. During the brutal inquisitions of 1307, some captured Templars mentioned the writings of the Old Law and parchments that speak of the stars. These statements, buried in trial records, were often redacted or dismissed, too vague, too inconvenient. But they exist hints that what the church feared most was not a devil idol or a secret initiation rite. It was a different version of scripture, one that did not require their permission to be believed. There is also the troubling letter preserved in the Vatican's Archivo Segreto, written by a Cistercian monk in 1242. He warns of manuscripts with no father, describing texts written in a hand that mimicked Hebrew, but sang in tongues that did not belong to this age. He claims they were being translated by knights of the East, and that one bore a passage suggesting the Creator did not make man from dust, but from light. You begin to comprehend why the Templars became dangerous, not because they wielded weapons, but because they held alternatives. And the nature of alternatives is that they demand choice. They shatter the illusion that there is only one path, one truth, one permissible lineage through the divine. This would explain their peculiar relationship with the Church. On the surface, loyal, pious, deferential, but beneath, perhaps a quiet rebellion, a parallel theology conveyed not in sermons, but in silence, smuggled across continents in saddlebags, hidden in vaults beneath chapels, read only by torchlight, preserved not with ink, but with oath. One story, almost entirely forgotten, recounts a Templar knight stationed in Antioch who was accused of blasphemy not for speech, but for possession. A scroll, charred at the edges, written in letters shaped like flames. He refused to surrender it. His last recorded words were, "It does not belong to you, it belongs to the beginning." The beginning. That is what this all points toward. A moment before doctrine, before division, before the divine was monopolized by institution. A wild theology still pulsating in the soil beneath Jerusalem. And perhaps, just perhaps, that is what the Templars found. Not the Ark, not gold, but the raw script of creation, a theology so ancient it renders all others mere footnotes. And in their hands, it transformed into something else, a secret not of stone, but of story, one they could never speak aloud, one they could only guard and pass on, one torchbearer at a time. A scroll is not necessary when one possesses stone. Long after languages are silenced and manuscripts are incinerated, architecture speaks softly, patiently. Its idiom is one of shadow and light, of ratios and rhythms, of truths concealed in plain sight. Across Europe, in cathedrals where no bishop ever dictated the design, the legacy of the Templars murmurs through angles and arches. If they returned from Jerusalem bearing a secret, they did not confine it to vaults. They built it into walls. Consider the Gothic cathedrals that soared like divine forests from the 12th century onward. Chartres, Notre Dame, Roslin. These structures, impossibly complex, appear anachronistic, as if transported from a future where sacred geometry was instinctive. Their proportions align with astronomical events. Their windows radiate not merely with color, but with encoded symbolism. Their labyrinths mirror constellations, and their foundations were often laid with the assistance or under the direct patronage of the Templars. Chartres Cathedral, for instance, occupies a site once sacred to the Druids, layered subsequently with Roman masonry and then medieval vision. Beneath its nave lies a crypt, vast and echoing, aligned with magnetic north. The Black Madonna enshrined within is not, in its origin, a Christian figure at all. She predates the church's iconography. She is a goddess veiled in Mary's robes, and nearby, carved discreetly into a pillar, is an image of two interlocking triangles, a six-pointed star, Solomon's seal. Coincidence is a convenient term, but by now, one begins to sense its unlikelihood. At Roslin Chapel in Scotland, Templar influence is undisputed. The Sinclair family, bound by blood and oath to the order, filled the space with a profusion of stone carvings, angels holding musical instruments that matched the frequencies of sacred hymns, strange green men peering from the cornices, and pillars etched with symbols that correspond to Kabbalistic trees and Masonic diagrams. One ceiling panel, arranged in a spiral of cubes, mirrors the dimensions of the so-called inner chamber described in Solomonic texts. At the heart of the chapel stands the apprentice pillar, twisted like a strand of DNA, crowned with lotus motifs that have no place in Christian art unless, of course, one believes they transported more than stone from Jerusalem. Templar churches frequently adopted the circular floor plan, a style previously unheard of in Latin architecture. Whence did it originate? The Dome of the Rock, the very structure they used as their base in Jerusalem, believed to sit atop the ruins of the temple itself. The circle, a symbol of infinity, of the divine with no beginning or end, became the blueprint, a quiet rebellion against the rigid cruciform of traditional Christendom. It was a declaration. We have seen the original, and this is closer. This pattern recurs across France, Portugal, and England. Round chapels, secret chambers, twin pillars, symbols that predate the New Testament, etched alongside Christian crosses. It is as if they were endeavoring to impart knowledge without speaking, to encode what could not be articulated. They were not merely masons, they were translators of something older than Rome, older than Christ. One theory, dismissed by academia but embraced by esoteric historians, posits that the Templars were custodians of an architectural language inherited from ancient Egypt, filtered through Hebrew mysticism, and rediscovered in the vaults beneath the Temple Mount. The cubit, the golden ratio, the vesica piscis, all present not merely as mathematical flourishes, but as messages. Each column's height, each window's angle, each choir's curve, all part of a language where the sacred is measured, not merely felt. And yet, they never boasted. They never published treatises or composed scrolls explaining their craft. Perhaps they understood that sacred truths are not explained, they are experienced. One navigates the labyrinth, one senses the resonance. There is no need to be told its meaning, the very bones already comprehend. There is an old story, whispered among stonecutters in northern Spain, that during the construction of a small rural chapel in 1243, a group of silent foreigners arrived. They did not speak the local language and brought no tools. Yet, within days, the workers were following a new plan, one involving columns that matched celestial coordinates and stones that had to be laid at night under a specific moon phase. When the work was completed, the strangers departed without payment. Only a single mark remained on the doorframe, a compass wrapped in flame. Skeptical, naturally. But then again, that same chapel, Leda de San Bartolome, sits on a geomagnetic node. Pilgrims who sleep there report vivid dreams. Some hear music where none plays. The builders knew something, or perhaps they remembered. Even today, modern architects studying Templar-era structures discover measurements that defy the tools available at the time, angles cut with absurd precision, load-bearing feats that should have resulted in collapse. It is as if the blueprints originated from elsewhere, somewhere older, and all of it echoing Solomon. One begins to wonder, perhaps they did not need to transport scrolls or relics home. Perhaps they carried patterns, sacred proportions, divine alignments, the DNA of a temple that was never solely physical, and by embedding it into the cathedrals of Europe, they ensured the secret would endure even if the order was destroyed. They built not just with stone, but with silence, with memory, with code. And perhaps even now, traversing those cold vaulted halls, you can perceive it, the echo of the temple beneath your feet. A rhythm, a ratio, a whisper between the stones. Some secrets scream for attention, others repose quietly in the darkness, content to await discovery. However, the most perilous ones, the truly transformative, bear a distinct weight. They are not concealed by force, they are hidden by choice. Not because no one can find them, but because those who do choose silence. In the narrative of the Knights Templar, this silence reverberates more profoundly than any relic, any scroll, any battle. For when the order was finally brought to its knees, no one, not even under torture, ever revealed what had truly been discovered. One might anticipate confessions, a final whisper, a deathbed admission. Yet, across hundreds of arrests, interrogations, and executions, there is no consistent revelation, no relic presented, no scroll unveiled, only scattered accusations, contradictions, and an eerie void at the core. It is as if they had all implicitly, eternally agreed, speak of anything but not that. And perhaps that is what most alarmed the Church. Not what the Templars uttered, but what they steadfastly refused to articulate. There is a moment buried in the transcripts of the Paris Inquisitions where a Templar named Jean de Joinville is pressed to identify the idol allegedly worshipped by the order. He provides no name, no shape, only this. What we were shown was not meant for tongues, only for hearts, only for silence. A cryptic response, certainly, but hauntingly consistent with others. Several knights referenced a presence or light encountered in secrecy, described not as an object, but as an experience, something that entered rather than appeared, vague, insubstantial, yet persistent. And then there is Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master, standing on a scaffold in 1314 with flames licking at the wood beneath him. He could have pleaded, bargained, or revealed some astonishing artifact. Instead, he simply proclaimed his innocence and invited the Pope and King to join him in divine judgment. Within a year, both were deceased. Coincidence, or the slow turning of an ancient curse? Ah, yes, the curse. Romantic, indeed. Overused, definitely. But consider this. After the arrests, several chroniclers began recording unexplained deaths, failed crops, and freak storms in regions where Templar commanderies had been established. In Yorkshire, a shepherd discovered a limestone tablet half buried near a former preceptory. Etched only with the words, "You have broken the seal," the bishop declared it a fraud. The shepherd was later found face down in a stream, his hands folded over his mouth, perhaps more symbolic than sinister. However, the Templars themselves seemed to believe they were bound by something deeper than vows. One obscure rule of the order, preserved only in a Castilian copy, refers to the consecrated silence of the ninth vault. It does not explain what the ninth vault is, but the phrase appears again in architectural notes from the Templar commandery in Tomar, Portugal, a chamber labeled with 9 concentric circles sealed behind a false wall. It was opened in 1892 and found completely empty. Not a scrap, not a nail, just smooth stone, cold as judgment. Some speculate that this silence was more than strategy, that the Templars believed speaking the truth of what they found would release something, some knowledge, some force not meant for the world. Or perhaps it was simpler. Perhaps they knew no one would believe them, and so they held it close until the silence became an intrinsic part of their ritual. Even modern esoteric traditions carry echoes of this vow. Freemasons speak of the great work, never to be uttered aloud. Sufi mystics speak of Marifa, a truth so profound it cannot be written. And Kabbalists speak of the Ein Sof, the infinite known only through negation, never affirmation, a silence that is not absence, but totality. So what did the Templars choose not to disclose? Some suggest it was not a relic, or a scroll, or even a theology. It was a realization that the divine was not confined to a temple or a book, that it was pattern, light, resonance, the same truth etched in the layout of stars and the spiral of a seashell, a secret that could not be articulated because it was already known by every heart that had ever wondered and every mind that had ever listened for more. It is fitting, then, that so much of the Templar myth is constructed not on what was revealed, but on what remains hidden. No inventory, no recovery, only silence, a silence that grows heavier with time. One Templar tomb in Provence bears no name, no cross, only an inscription in Latin. Tacita loquitur, the silent one speaks. And perhaps it still does, in the stone that does not crumble, in the chamber that remains sealed, in the absence that vibrates louder than sound. Because ultimately, silence is not merely the absence of speech. It is a choice, a guardrail, a boundary between what should be known and what should be endured. And the Templars, they chose silence, not out of fear, but perhaps out of mercy. It was dawn, of course. That is how these events typically unfold, with parchment and seals, with soldiers and suspicion. On October 13th, 1307 Friday, the 13th, the Order of the Knights Templar was eradicated with astonishing efficiency. Across France, Templar commanderies were raided. Men in white cloaks were shackled, dragged from their beds, and cast into cells that reeked of rust and dread. The charges were heresy, idolatry, and blasphemy, the standard concoction when one intends to neutralize a threat but lacks conclusive evidence. Yet, embedded within the transcripts of those interrogations, beneath the forced confessions and recycled accusations, lies a strange undercurrent. a fear not of what the Templars did, but of what they possessed in terms of knowledge. Initially, the trial appeared to be theatrical. King Philip IV of France, financially distressed and politically cornered, required a target. The wealthy and autonomous Templars perfectly fit the description. The papacy, weakened by Philip's influence, granted reluctant approval, thus initiating a campaign of judicial destruction veiled in holy rhetoric. However, the questions posed by the inquisitors were not solely about doctrine. They were not concerned with battlefield ethics or financial impropriety. They consistently circled something more elusive: rituals conducted in secret, names not found in scripture, and knowledge that did not originate from Rome. Many of the accusations resonate with anyone familiar with medieval paranoia: that the Templars spat on the cross, denied Christ, and worshipped a mysterious head. But beneath the hysteria lies an unsettling pattern. The Inquisition seemed fixated on the initiation rites, especially what occurred in the inner chambers, shielded from public view. They demanded specific details of whispered oaths, of symbols revealed only once, of strange lights observed during ceremonies. In multiple testimonies, the interrogators specifically inquired whether the Templars had read anything forbidden, whether scrolls were present, and whether they had received teachings not sanctioned by the Church. One knight, under torture, confessed that new recruits were shown a writing that was not Latin nor Greek nor Hebrew, but burned like the Sunday. Another, whose name was later excised from the record, claimed he had seen a book without a beginning, filled with names not of men, but of things that move through the sky. Was he hallucinating, or recounting something he once glimpsed and never truly comprehended? Intriguingly, the infamous idol, later popularized as Baphomet, was never described consistently. Some said it had 3 faces, others claimed it was a bearded head. One spoke of a glowing sphere that provided answers. The lack of consistency could suggest fabrication, or it could point to something symbolic, abstract, beyond their capacity to name something experienced rather than seen, something interpreted differently by each man because it was not a physical entity at all, but a revelation. Several historians have highlighted the similarities between these accounts and early Gnostic rituals initiations, where the candidate is shown a living light, hears a secret name, and swears to protect knowledge that would dismantle the structures of humanity. The Catholic Church had long considered Gnosticism a mortal threat, not because it denied God, but because it proposed direct access, direct communion. No priest was needed, no hierarchy, just the individual and the divine, unmediated, unapproved, uncontrolled. Is that what the Templars were safeguarding? One of the most overlooked documents from the trials is the Chinon parchment, discovered in the Vatican archives in 2001. It reveals that Pope Clement V had actually absolved the Templar leadership in secret, acknowledging their strange practices but deeming them not heretical. This shatters the entire narrative. If the Pope did not condemn them, why the executions? Why the obliteration? Because perhaps the real threat was not theological, it was epistemological. Not what the Templars believed, but what they had begun to comprehend. And if they had brought back writings from Jerusalem, texts that rewired cosmology, undermined ecclesiastical authority, or presented a creation story unapproved by Rome, it would explain the Church's urgent silence. Not denial, not correction, but eradication. In Avignon, a scribe working for the papal court wrote a private letter to his brother in 1310. In it, he laments the trials, calling them a blade upon a rope already fraying. He mentions a rumor that the knights had known the name of the first light and built their halls around its echo. What could that possibly signify? A poetic flourish, or an echo of something far older, a name not of a god but of a pattern, a frequency, a law of the universe hidden beneath the symbols of faith. It is also noteworthy that despite the ferocity of the trials, no definitive list of Templar holdings was ever recovered. Their ships vanished. Their archives, if they existed, were never found. It is as if they had prepared for this moment, not out of paranoia, but because they understood that certain truths invariably attract persecution. To carry ancient knowledge is to brand one's soul with a target, and yet, to their last breath, not one of them divulged the core secret. Some begged for forgiveness, some resisted, but no one broke the silence. So the Church burned them, buried the evidence, branded the entire order as heretics, and in doing so, silenced the possibility that something truly extraordinary had been uncovered beneath the temple. Not blasphemy, not sorcery, but an older truth, one that could not be confined by doctrine or displayed in gold, a truth that refused to be spoken. Utter the name Baphomet, and it evokes images of horned demons, inverted pentagrams, and 19th century occult illustrations that resemble something from a rebellious teenager's notebook. However, long before the goat icon of modern pop mythology, there existed something else, something far stranger. During the Templar trials, the term Baphomet repeatedly surfaced in inquisitorial records, yet not once was it described with consistent detail. There were no horns, no hooves, no consensus. This raises a question often overlooked in the drama. Was Baphomet ever a being at all? Or was it a code, an echo of something far older and far more profoundly misunderstood? Let us rewind. The earliest mention of Baphomet in the Templar context appears in confessions extracted under torture during the mass arrests of 1307. Some knights admitted to revering a mysterious head, others referred to a speaking image, and still others to a presence that instructed in silence. The descriptions are maddeningly vague, ranging from a silver idol to a floating head to a bearded man with closed eyes. Some versions claim the head could answer questions, others say it glowed. None agree, which either makes the entire concept an invention or a misinterpretation of something never intended to be literal. The name itself, Baphomet, lacks a clear origin in Latin, Greek, or Hebrew. Some scholars suggest it is a corruption of Muhammad, reflecting medieval Christian prejudice, conflating Islam with heresy. Others propose it is an intentional cipher, possibly encoding the phrase Templi Omnium, Hominum Pacis Abbas, or Father of the Temple of Peace of all men, which would certainly align with the Templars' broader mystic inclinations. And some, of course, believe it was a deliberate distortion, a name given to a force or object whose true title could not, or should not, be spoken aloud. Several occult traditions that emerged centuries later attempted to co-opt Baphomet as a demonic figure, but their representations lack historical grounding. Eliphas Levi's famous drawing of the androgynous, goat-headed deity with wings and a flaming torch between its horns was a 19th century invention, a symbolic fusion of opposing elements, not a recovered Templar image. There is no evidence the Templars ever depicted such a figure, which brings us back to the original trial confessions. One particularly curious record involves a knight named Pierre Dulon, who described Baphomet not as a figure, but as a mirror of black water in which one sees the first truth. It is an unusual phrase, mystical, unhelpful, or perhaps incredibly precise. Mirrors, especially dark or reflective surfaces, have long been associated with divination and altered states. Was Baphomet not an idol, but a device, a tool for vision, a relic designed not to be worshipped, but to be utilized? Another confession refers to Baphomet as a voice from the dust, a line that uncannily mirrors a phrase from Isaiah. Thy speech shall be low out of the dust, and thy voice shall be as of one that hath a familiar spirit. The Templars were known to have contact with Eastern mystics, Sufis, and scholars who believed that sound, vibration, and language itself could access the divine. Could Baphomet have been a Templar name for something rooted in sound or resonance, a text, a frequency, a ritual? Some speculative historians suggest the term was used to reference a sacred object, possibly an ancient relic recovered during the Temple Mount excavations that transmitted knowledge symbolically, even psychically. Not a demonic figure, but a mnemonic device, a trigger for consciousness, perhaps something aligned with the living light described by initiates. If this sounds far-fetched, recall that to a 14th century inquisitor, steeped in dogma and suspicion, even a compass inscribed with Hebrew letters might appear as witchcraft. The peculiar aspect is how fiercely the Templars protected the name. Even under torture, few provided detailed descriptions. Many denied ever hearing it. Others hesitated, then described something nonsensical, as if reciting from a script or safeguarding a metaphor. And throughout all this, one detail recurs. Baphomet is never framed as evil, never accused of commanding wicked acts. It is described with reverence, curiosity, sometimes even awe, a great secret or sacred head, not a devil to be feared, but a mystery to be preserved. At the Templar Commandery in Metz, a stone carving was uncovered in the 1800s. Two faces looking in opposite directions, joined at the crown, one male, one female. No label, no cross, just eyes carved wide and mouths that do not smile. Scholars dismissed it as Romanesque abstraction, but esoteric researchers linked it to Baphomet, not as a person, but as a principle, the union of opposites, the balance of polarities. The hidden knowledge the Templars allegedly recovered may have had less to do with religious objects and more to do with understanding duality, light and shadow, heaven and earth, spirit and flesh. Even the famed idol that the Inquisition sought so desperately was never found, not in any stronghold, crypt, or chapel. Which again begs the question, were they searching for the wrong thing? Perhaps Baphomet was never intended to be possessed. Perhaps it was not a physical entity at all, but a threshold, a concept so alien to the orthodoxy of the time that it could only be described through symbols and feared into legend. And so the name endured, twisted, reimagined, demonized, yet never truly understood. Perhaps that was the ultimate irony, that in their desperate efforts to extract the truth from the Templars, the Inquisitors rendered that truth unknowable. They attacked shadows, burned bodies, scattered symbols, and in doing so, sealed the mystery even deeper. And now, centuries later, all that remains is a word, a whisper, a name carved in fear and silence: Baphomet. Whatever it was, the Templars never relinquished it. It commences with a quiet disappearance. No smoke, no sword, merely records that cease. In the final years preceding the Order's collapse, something began to slip away. Ships unaccounted for, ledgers with gaps, preceptories reporting sudden transfers of goods, horses, chests. Unmarked crates moved for safekeeping. At first glance, these might appear to be administrative adjustments, wartime reshuffling. However, by reading between the lines, by following the silences, one begins to discern a pattern, one suggesting that the Templars anticipated what was coming and were not about to abandon their most cherished secret. The theory, now known as the exile hypothesis, is simple yet unsettling. It posits that the Templars, realizing the net was tightening, smuggled their most significant artifacts, texts, or relics entirely out of Europe. That their treasure, whatever its true nature, was not seized by the French crown. It was moved, dispersed, hidden. The timeline supports this. The arrests commenced in October 1307, but warnings had been circulating since spring. In the months leading up to the crackdown, there was a flurry of unusual activity. In La Rochelle, the Templar port city on the Atlantic, several galleys were loaded under cover of darkness and never seen again. Eyewitnesses claim the ships sailed west, not south toward the Iberian ports, nor east toward the Holy Land, but west into the open sea. La Rochelle's harbor logs, once meticulously maintained, show several blank entries for that month. No cargo, no passengers, no destinations, just silence. And from that silence, a legend was born, that the Templars fled with their secret, bound not for sanctuary, but for exile. Of course, skeptics dismiss this as romantic speculation, but the oddities accumulate. After the trials, no comprehensive inventory of Templar holdings was ever recovered. Their banking ledgers vanished, their archives gone. If King Philip had hoped to enrich himself with gold, he was sorely disappointed. His prize consisted of paper, stone, and sealed doors. No treasure, no troves, nothing but the ashes of an order and the weight of an unanswered question. Even stranger, some Templar strongholds were found empty, abandoned days before the warrants were issued. It is as if they had been forewarned, or perhaps they simply discerned the signs. And so, like any brotherhood trained in long-term strategy, they activated contingency plans, the kind that require years to prepare, involving secret routes, loyal allies, and silent departures. Where did they go? Some suggest Scotland. At the time, Scotland was excommunicated and hostile to the Pope. The Sinclairs of Rosslyn had long-standing ties to the order. The unfinished Rosslyn Chapel, whose construction began shortly after the trials, features carvings of New World flora such as maize and aloe, long before Columbus embarked on his voyage. Coincidence, artistic invention, or evidence of contact? Others claim the Templars crossed the Atlantic centuries before it became customary. The Norse had already reached Vinland. Templar ships were capable. The Gulf Stream was known, at least to some. One particularly persistent theory posits that the Templars reached Nova Scotia and established a hidden enclave, perhaps even influencing the indigenous Mi'kmaq legends of white crossmen who arrived from the sea bearing strange tools and sacred fire. More grounded historians look to Portugal. There, the Templars were never truly disbanded. Instead, they were reborn under a different name, the Order of Christ, granted sanctuary by King Denis, who refused to abandon them. Within a generation, the Order of Christ was funding exploratory voyages down the African coast, establishing trade routes and expanding cartographic knowledge. It is no coincidence that Prince Henry the Navigator, patron of Portugal's Age of Discovery, was the Grand Master of this very order. His ships bore crosses nearly identical to the Templar sigil. Did the knowledge smuggled out of Jerusalem, scrolls, maps, or perhaps something stranger find its way into these voyages? Were they not merely explorations, but pilgrimages of preservation? One tantalizing clue comes from a 14th century chart known as the Zeno map. It depicts parts of Greenland and Newfoundland with startling accuracy, supposedly based on earlier documents brought by Venetian sailors. Scholars debate its authenticity, but some claim its origins lie with navigators trained by the Order of Christ, men who may have inherited not only ships but also secrets. Even in the Americas, whispers persist. The Kensington runestone, discovered in Minnesota, bears markings some believe to be medieval Scandinavian and possibly linked to Templar symbology. It is likely a hoax, yes, but like all effective hoaxes, it clings to the edge of something half-remembered, half-true, a shadow of a voyage carved in code. And always beneath these tales is the sense that something had to be moved, that the Templars, having uncovered a truth too incendiary for Rome, made the only logical choice: exile. Not surrender, not destruction, but dispersion. To bury the treasure, not in one place, but in a network, a lattice of hidden sanctuaries waiting not to be found, but to be inherited, a cipher left in stone. A manuscript tucked into a monastery's forbidden shelf, a chant whose rhythm encodes a ratio, a chapel that echoes the chamber beneath Solomon's temple. Not one vault, but many. Not one guardian, but an unbroken line. Perhaps this is why the Templar myth refuses to die, because it was designed to live not as a monument, but as a movement, a migration, a diaspora of knowledge. And if they succeeded, if they smuggled it out before the fires came, then somewhere, in some form, that knowledge still exists, waiting. If you have followed the trail this far, you have likely observed that it does not loop neatly through Europe alone. It spirals outward, southward, into older lands and stranger narratives. Perhaps none are more compelling than those whispered through the highlands of Ethiopia, where a quiet, defiant tradition insists the Ark never departed. Not in chains, not in secret, but with a priestly procession, centuries before the Templars ever set foot in Jerusalem. And there, in the city of Axum, it remains enthroned, not in gold, but in shadow. To comprehend the Ethiopian connection, one must first delve into the Kebra Nagast, a 14th century text compiled from even older oral traditions. According to its account, King Solomon fathered a son with the Queen of Sheba. That son, Menelik I, journeyed to Jerusalem, studied at the temple, and returned to Ethiopia, not empty-handed, but carrying the Ark of the Covenant itself. Whether with or without Solomon's blessing is debated, but the Ark, the tablet, was said to have followed Menelik of its own volition, shadowed by angels. Mythical, certainly, but persistently believed. To this day, the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion claims to house the Ark in a sanctuary guarded by a single monk, a guardian chosen for life, forbidden to speak of what he sees. No outsider has entered. There are no photographs, no catalog, merely the word of tradition, unyielding as the stone walls surrounding it. What does this have to do with the Templars? Well, everything, if one believes the clues. Several Templar expeditions into the Horn of Africa are recorded obliquely in maritime documents and diplomatic letters. While most crusading eyes remained fixed on the Holy Land, a smaller number of knights traveled south, following the Red Sea trade routes. Their reasons are unclear. Officially, these voyages were to secure alliances or chart territories, but their destinations, Massawa, Zela, and occasionally inland toward Axum, suggest a different motive. There is also the matter of the Prester John legend, a wildly popular medieval myth that described a powerful Christian king ruling a hidden kingdom beyond the Islamic world. For centuries, Europeans believed Prester John's domain lay in India. Later, attention shifted to Ethiopia. Why? Because it was Christian, ancient, isolated, and replete with churches carved directly into mountains, chapels older than most of Europe's capitals. Among these structures is Lalibela, a complex of rock-hewn churches, primarily constructed between the 12th and 13th centuries, precisely around the time the Templars rose to prominence. Their design is unusual, subterranean, geometrically precise, and riddled with passageways that resemble crypts more than sanctuaries. Local lore claims they were constructed with the aid of angels. More likely, they were built with knowledge. Perhaps from Jerusalem, perhaps from those who had just returned from excavating beneath the Temple Mount. One of the churches, Beit Golgotha, contains statues of robed figures with European features, an anomaly in Ethiopian religious art. Some believe these figures represent the strangers from the north who assisted in the church's construction. Could they have been Templars? The timing aligns, the style aligns, the silence aligns. Even more curious is the symbol etched onto a reliquary in the Axum sanctuary, a cross flanked by twin pillars above a stepped platform. It is unmistakably Templar in form, yet rendered in local stone. Officially, it is dismissed as coincidence, but viewed in context, it becomes part of a larger pattern, a quiet exchange, a hidden alliance. There are even linguistic traces. The Ge'ez word tabo, ark, closely resembles teba, the Hebrew word used in Genesis for Noah's Ark, a container of sacred cargo. In some fringe interpretations, this connection suggests that what the Templars may have been seeking was not a golden chest, but the blueprint of the Ark, a model for containing divine essence. And if the Ethiopian custodians held that knowledge, it would explain why the Templars were drawn there, not to steal, but to study. Several documents from the Portuguese Order of Christ, formed from the ashes of the Templars, mention Eastern rituals preserved in the southern lands, and a tradition that speaks with stars, not syllables. That is not trade talk. That is initiation language. And then there is the silence of Ethiopia itself. For centuries, its church refused to integrate with the Roman or Byzantine branches. It maintained its own calendar, its own rites, its own canon, perhaps not out of pride, but out of protection. If something had been entrusted to them, some relic, some knowledge, it would explain the guardedness, the solemnity. A few brave researchers have attempted to forge academic links. In 1965, a French ethnologist reported seeing scrolls in Axum written in a blend of Aramaic and Syriac, describing rituals for opening the gate of the invisible temple. His findings were dismissed. His notes were later lost. Classic. But the whispers persist that the Templars did not merely take something out of Jerusalem. They followed it south, into a land older than maps, guarded by priests who neither debate nor disclose. And perhaps that is why the Ark has never been definitively located. Not because it was destroyed, not because it never existed, but because it was never a thing to be found. It was a trust passed hand to hand, altar to altar, protected by those who understood that some secrets are not buried. They are carried, lived, guarded not by locks, but by generations of silence. And if the Templars recognized that, then perhaps their truest allegiance was not to Rome or even to Jerusalem. Perhaps it was to Axum. It commences with a symbol, a six-pointed star, simple, symmetrical, ancient. The seal of Solomon, some call it. The Star of David, others say. However, long before it adorned flags or prayer shawls, it existed in secrecy, in alchemical treatises, esoteric manuscripts, and, above all, architecture. Wherever the Templars traveled, it followed, etched into stone, carved into wood, tucked into the folds of cathedral facades. And when the order collapsed, the symbol did not vanish. It merely changed hands. Or perhaps it returned to the hands it had always been awaiting. For if the Templars had a successor, a spiritual inheritor, it was not the Church. It was something quieter, more diffuse, ubiquitous. Freemasonry. For centuries, Masonic lore has insisted upon its roots in ancient builder guilds, masons who constructed cathedrals and transmitted sacred geometry through whispered codes. However, buried deeper within that tradition is a murkier legacy. Legends of a hidden lineage that survived the Templar Purge. A line of knowledge that retreated underground, resurfacing not in swords and banners, but in aprons and gavels. Not in fortresses, but in lodges. Historians scoff at this notion. Freemasonry, they argue, emerged in the 17th century, long after the Templars were extinguished. But what if that timeline is an illusion? What if, like a dormant seed, the essence of Templar knowledge simply awaited new soil? There is no direct document linking the two orders, no scroll-stamped property of the temple, but the echoes are undeniable. Begin with the rituals. Freemasonic initiation bears uncanny resemblances to what little is known of Templar practices. The oath of secrecy, the symbolic death and rebirth, the emphasis on the inner temple rather than the outer one. Then there are the titles: Master, Grand Architect, knight names that feel more like inheritance than invention, and the symbols they read like a lexicon of Templar memory: the double-headed eagle, the compass and square, the all-seeing eye. These are not merely abstract motifs. They form a language, a code, one that traces its roots not to Enlightenment rationalism, but to medieval mysticism filtered through the dust of Jerusalem and the silence of hidden vaults. But of all these symbols, none holds more weight than the Seal of Solomon, said to represent the union of opposites, fire and water, heaven and earth, male and female. It is the architecture of balance. To the Templars, it may have held a deeper significance. Some suggest they recovered scrolls beneath the temple that describe this seal not merely as a magical sigil, but as a diagram of reality itself, a way of perceiving the cosmos, a map of the divine structure, encoded not in words, but in shape. The seal's geometry reflects the Vesica Piscis, a form sacred to both Kabbalists and early Christians, symbolizing creation through the intersection of opposites. Templar churches and Freemason lodges alike are often designed according to this proportion. Coincidence, perhaps, but when one observes its repetition in stained glass, in floor plans, and in ceilings where stars have been mapped according to invisible harmonics, one begins to sense it is more than aesthetic. One Masonic legend recounts the story of Hiram Abiff, the master builder of Solomon's temple, murdered for refusing to reveal the secrets of the craft. It is a peculiar narrative, until one realizes it mirrors the fate of Jacques de Molay, the Templar Grand Master, who died rather than disclose the Order's hidden truths. Both are guardians of something sacred. Both are silenced. Both live on in ritual. Even the structure of Masonic degrees ascending levels of initiation, each revealing new knowledge, feels eerily similar to how the Templars may have guarded what they found in Jerusalem. Knowledge dispensed in careful measures, not to control, but to protect. Not because it was dangerous, but because it was overwhelming. Of course, none of this definitively proves a direct lineage, but perhaps lineage is not the essential point. Perhaps the Templar current flowed underground for centuries, permeating minds sufficiently receptive to carry it forward. After all, truth does not always require continuity. Sometimes it only needs resonance, and resonance echoes. Across Europe, Freemasons financed revolutions, designed cities, and founded nations. They encoded symbols into architecture, into currency, into entire political systems, all while claiming to serve a higher order, not a religion, not a nation, but a principle, the great architect, the universal light. Where did they acquire that vocabulary? One theory suggests that after the Templar Purge, surviving members dispersed into guilds, monasteries, and trade networks. There, they integrated their knowledge into the working world, camouflaging mysticism as craftsmanship. A keystone, a compass, a lodge, each just mundane enough to avoid suspicion, each just sacred enough to carry the memory. There is a story, never verified but difficult to disregard, that Benjamin Franklin, a known Freemason, once received a sealed box from a French lodge claiming descent from the Templars. Inside was a single piece of parchment, written in cipher. No one ever deciphered it. Franklin apparently stored it in his private library where it eventually disappeared. What was in the box? No one knows. But a letter that accompanied it contained 6 words. The temple never fell. It folded. And perhaps that is the essence of it. The Templars did not vanish. They adapted. They became less visible, more enduring. Their fortress transformed into a blueprint. Their oaths became ritual. Their treasure, whatever it was, became an idea passed not through fire but through fellowship. And the Seal of Solomon, it still rotates in floor tiles, in stained glass, in quiet rituals beneath cities that no longer remember why they tremble. But you remember, because now you have heard its echo. It was never merely gold, never merely relics. What the Knights Templar uncovered beneath Solomon's temple, if the echoes, the architecture, the silence, and the scattered clues are to be believed, was something far more challenging to possess and far more perilous to comprehend. It was knowledge, but not the kind contained in books. It was a design, a pattern, a glimpse behind the curtain of religion into the architecture of something older, more elemental, cosmic law drawn in angles and light. They discovered something that redefined the meaning of sacred, something that challenged the monopoly of divine authority. Perhaps ancient texts, Perhaps a relic that functioned not as an idol, but as an instrument. Perhaps a scroll that did not describe God, but described how to perceive God without a priest or a pulpit or explicit permission. And so they pledged themselves to silence, not out of fear, but out of reverence, because they understood that the power of what they carried lay not in proclaiming it, but in protecting it. They encoded it in stone, transmitted it in code, preserved it in myth, and buried it in structures that still resonate with silent music. Then they vanished, or seemed to, but their silence took root. It whispered through cathedrals, echoed in Freemason lodges, hid in altars and arches. The trail never...
The destruction of the Knights Templar in the early 14th century was meant to be absolute. Their treasuries, records, and every trace of their influence were ordered to be seized, erased, or buried so deeply that no rumor could survive. Yet fate intervened. In southern France, a farmer tending his vineyard uncovered a strange stone. Beneath it lay a small concealed box. Wrapped in a strip of decayed wool was a ledger, its ink faded, but its entries still legible. Names, sums, transactions, even interest calculations. The document revealed a financial system astonishingly advanced for its time, overseen not by kings or merchants, but by warrior monks sworn to poverty. This discovery raises two profound questions. Whose wealth were they safeguarding? And how did they construct a financial network far ahead of medieval Europe's understanding? Such mysteries do not announce themselves loudly. They emerge quietly, like dust settling in an abandoned chapel. As one touches the fragile parchment, it seems to pulse with echoes of a world on the brink of dramatic change. Above, the vineyard hums with bees unaware of the financial empire that once slept beneath its soil. Picture the Templar scribes working by candlelight, their quills recording figures that shaped the destinies of kings. Medieval borders were redrawn by mounted knights, but real power increasingly followed the flow of money and credit. The Templars, often imagined as austere guardians of relics, were far more complex. They built a continent-spanning system so trustworthy that monarchs themselves deposited fortunes under their care. Their network moved wealth faster than any caravan or fleet, all administered by men vowed to own nothing. How did monks become financiers? The answer lies in necessity. Founded in 1119 to protect pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land, the early Templars were poor and few. They survived on donations and borrowed land. Their main asset was their reputation, reinforced by Bernard of Clairvaux, whose support won them papal recognition. The turning point came in 1139, when Pope Innocent II granted the order sweeping privileges, exemption from local laws and taxes, and the right to answer only to the Pope. This transformed the Templars into a unique, borderless religious corporation. In an era burdened by tolls and taxes, the Templars moved freely. Land donated to them became profitable centers. Goods traveled unimpeded, and crucially, people began entrusting their wealth to the order. A nobleman could deposit valuables with the Templars in England and redeem them with a coded letter in Acre. This trust was not accidental. Templars could not marry, had no heirs, and followed strict discipline, ideal guardians of wealth they could never personally enjoy. As their responsibilities grew, they improved their clerical systems. By the mid-12th century, they employed trained multilingual scribes, skilled in accounting and complex transactions. With time, their role expanded. They transported goods, ransomed nobles, financed armies, and managed estates across Europe and the Near East. Though they never intended to become bankers, their structure pushed them steadily toward finance. Once they stored wealth and issued letters of credit, it was inevitable that they would begin charging fees and managing capital. Some evidence suggests they offered loans disguised as administrative costs, skirting the church's ban on usury. Whether these accusations were truth or slander long remains debated. The ledger found beneath the French vineyard hints at long-term loans, interest payments, and partnerships with noble families, clear signs of an evolving financial institution. Their most famous center, the Paris Temple, acted as the French crown's de facto bank. The Templars were no longer simply knights. They were administrators of a financial world Europe was only beginning to understand. Yet this transformation aligns with their original mission. To protect pilgrims and defend the Holy Land, they needed resources, fortifications, horses, weapons, ships, money-funded survival. Their financial activities were not a betrayal of their vows, but an extension of their duty. By the late 12th century, the Templars commanded extraordinary trust and immense power. Their blend of faith, discipline, and administrative genius allowed wealth to flow safely under their seal. They did not set out to invent international banking, yet that is precisely what they achieved. In France, a similar dynamic unfolded. Louis IX entrusted the Templars with the intricate logistics of his Seventh Crusade. They arranged shipping, procured supplies, and managed the vast payroll that kept the army moving. Records from the temple in Paris list hundreds of payments to vendors, mercenaries, and clergy. The order was not merely moving gold, it was administering an entire war, and they were not doing it for free. While the rule forbade usury, the Templars navigated that restriction with remarkable creativity. They did not call anything interest. Instead, they charged expenses, handling fees, or penalties for late redemption. Officially, these were not loans, but advances on anticipated income. It was ecclesiastical tap dancing at its finest, and everyone involved knew the choreography. Kings got their money, the temple got its share. No one spoke the word profit. Some historians have tried to downplay the scale of these dealings, insisting the Templars were treasurers rather than true bankers. The surviving documents suggest otherwise. Royal authorities at times owed the temple staggering sums, debts so large that they risked becoming financially dependent on the order. One astonishing record from the court of James I of Aragon lists a deferred military payment to the Temple of Solomon, civil branch, equal to nearly a quarter of the royal annual budget. This was no friendly favor, it was institutional credit on a massive scale, and such credit always came with terms. Once a king owed the temple, the relationship fundamentally changed. The Templars could demand collateral land, trade privileges, or tax exemptions. In Castile, they were granted rights to operate lucrative toll stations. In England, they acquired extensive lands, not just in the countryside but in prime urban locations. These were not gifts, they were repayments. There are even subtle, controversial hints that the order nudged royal policy, not with open threats but with timing. A postponed repayment here, a tactful reminder of past support during a diplomatic crisis there. When a monarch's solvency depended on a monastic military order, the balance of power shifted quietly, but inexorably. Contemporaries felt this shift. A Parisian cleric in the late 1200s bitterly observed, "The temple writes the law behind the coin." Exaggeration perhaps, but revealing. The Templars were no longer merely rich, they were embedded, too useful to dismiss, too independent to control. With every properly sealed contract and carefully tallied ledger, their grip tightened. The contrast between their public humility and private influence made the transformation even more striking. Outwardly, they preached poverty, wore plain mantles, and chanted psalms at dawn. Behind closed doors, they negotiated with kings, managed enormous financial portfolios, and drafted repayment schedules that determined the fate of armies. In 1 hour, a knight might lead prayers in a chapel lit by a single candle. In the next, he would sign an agreement that defined the logistics of a kingdom's next campaign. Such influence had consequences. Kings resented their dependence, and resentment breeds rumor. By the late 13th century, whispers of Templar arrogance circulated at court. They were accused of hoarding wealth, manipulating currency, favoring certain lords. Proof is scarce, but with power, perception often matters more than fact. When people believe a story, it becomes real enough to kill. France offers a vivid example. Philip IV, ironically known as Philip the Fair, had borrowed heavily from the temple to fund his wars against England and Flanders. When repaying those debts became politically painful, he did not tighten his belt, he tightened the noose. Within a few years, he would become the relentless architect of the order's downfall. That story belongs to another evening. For now, keep this image: the Templars as bankers to monarchs, not in theory but in daily practice. Picture the narrow, stone chambers of the temple in Paris, where royal clerks and Templar scribes bent over parchment beneath flickering oil lamps. Imagine the signatures, the seals, the scrolls bound in leather and locked in iron-bound chests. These were not relics, they were loan contracts, expense ledgers, and political insurance policies. No army marched without gold. No crown stayed on a king's head without the soft rustle of parchment beneath it. The Templars understood this truth. They mastered it. For a time, they were not just soldiers of the cross, but financial stewards of Europe's thrones. There are cities where power seems to pulse beneath the stones themselves. Paris has always been one of them. Yet its influence did not flow only from palaces and cathedrals. In a shadowed district north of the Seine stood a fortress neither strictly royal nor purely sacred, but something in between: the temple. Not a temple in the classical sense, nor a cathedral, though it held chapels. It was the Paris headquarters of the Knights Templar, and for over a century it served as the silent heart of Europe's emerging financial system. The temple in Paris was more than a mere commandery. It was the administrative brain of the Order's European operations, a walled compound with its own church, treasury, dormitories, armories, and, critically, vast archives. Built and expanded across the 12th and 13th centuries, it became a labyrinth of stone and silence. Chroniclers describe its iron-bound doors, keys the length of a forearm, and taciturn guards who neither asked nor answered questions. Yet the true treasure lay not in the vaults, but in the scribes' hall. There, rows of clerks, many lay brothers rather than knights, copied, translated, calculated, and recorded without rest. Ledgers arrived from commanderies across Europe: Aragon, Apulia, Flanders, Hungary. Each was checked, logged, and sealed away in archives that, according to a 14th century writer, contained more parchment than any royal chancery west of Rome. This was data management before databases, an analog nerve center tracking thousands of transactions, properties, and assets across borders. And because the order answered only to the Pope, no secular king could legitimately demand access to what was stored within those walls. Kings used the temple because they had no better alternative, and because it worked. Transactions were swift, accounts accurate. In an age of feudal chaos, such reliability was revolutionary. Imagine the practicalities. A noble in Toulouse deposits funds at his local commandery and requests payment in Cologne within a month. The request goes to Paris, where it is logged and verified against the order's holdings. If approved, a courier rides to Cologne, or more likely, coded instructions are sent authorized payment in local coin. No chest of silver crosses the Alps. Wealth moves, metal does not. The temple also held one of Europe's largest physical treasuries. It received coin from kingdoms, gold from the Crusader states, and silver from mines owned or taxed by the order. This wealth lay in underground chambers, whose exact layout is lost to time. One account claimed it took 8 brothers 6 days to complete the yearly inventory. But again, the true power lay not in coin, but in the ledger, the record, the proof. Monarchs did not merely store wealth there, they entrusted part of their legitimacy. Royal charters, treaties, and key debt instruments lay in the temple's archives because it was seen as neutral and incorruptible. A king might trust his son with a sword. His finances he entrusted to the Templars, not just kings. Pope Innocent III sent emissaries to check crusade funding. The Doge of Venice negotiated shipping contracts with Templar scribes. Even rival orders such as the Hospitallers sometimes routed funds through the temple in Paris, though never without a certain sting of pride. With such prominence came danger. Conspiracies often began with the question, what is really hidden in the Paris temple? Rumors spoke of secret hoards, forbidden documents, and compromising information about kings. Most of it was likely fantasy, but the truth hardly mattered. The temple became a symbol of untouchable power, not just rich, but unreachable. One episode from 1265 captures the perception. When a fire broke out in a nearby merchant quarter, residents begged the Templars to open their gates. They refused not, the records insist, out of cruelty, but to protect their archives. The fire never touched the walls, but public anger smoldered for years. The temple had chosen parchment over people, yet the crown jewels still went there. Philip III stored them in the temple, preferring it to the Louvre or Notre Dame. He entrusted the kingdom's most precious symbols to men who had taken vows of poverty. The irony was not lost on anyone. As the temple's security and prestige grew, kingdoms invested less in their own treasuries. Why build an impregnable vault when the Templars already had one? Why rely on a noble for bookkeeping when monks in Paris could do it cheaper and better? And then came the reckoning. When Philip IV moved against the order in the early 1300s, his first step was clear: seize the Paris temple. On the morning of the 13th of October 1307, Friday, the 13th Royal Forces stormed the compound. Scribes were arrested, vaults forced open. And what did they find? Coin, yes. Ledgers, yes. But no mythical, bottomless treasure, no ultimate blackmail file. Some historians believe the most sensitive records were quietly removed before the raid. Others say there was never any secret trove, only routine documents inflated into legend by envy and fear. Whatever the truth, one thing is certain. After that day, the temple in Paris never functioned as it had. The heart of the network had been pierced. Still, if stone could remember, those walls would recall ink-stained fingers, couriers galloping out at dawn, the ring of coin on wood, and the quiet heartbeat of Europe's economy pulsing beneath their feet. In that memory, perhaps, the true treasure lies. Coins are heavy. They chip, wear, and vanish. Kings struck them to proclaim power, even when their treasuries ran dry. The Templars never minted coins, never tried. Yet without a single mint, they came to control more of Europe's money flow than most monarchs. That paradox sits at the heart of the Templar mystery. How does a mintless order become the engine of continental finance? Begin with the coins themselves. In the medieval world, money was chaos. Sizes, weights, and purity varied wildly between realms, and often changed at a ruler's whim. Some kings debased their currency, diluting silver with base metals to stretch their resources. Confidence in coinage was fragile. The Templars stepped into this confusion with something rare: consistency. Operating across many kingdoms, they needed a stable internal system. A commandery in Portugal could not rely on the same coinage as one in Scotland or Cyprus. So they built conversion tables. A French denier was worth so many English pence. A Genoese grosso equaled so many Aragonese maravedis. Rates fluctuated, but the temple tracked and updated them through correspondence. The result was quietly revolutionary. The coin itself became secondary. A pilgrim could deposit any local currency, no matter how obscure, and receive a written note redeemable elsewhere. When he arrived, the Templars paid him in local coin, at rates previously calculated. No chest of gold had to cross hostile territory. The value moved, the metal stayed put. To some observers, the temple became a ghost mint. It did not create coins, but it created value, or rather, managed belief in value. The worth of a Templar letter of credit lay in the confidence that it would be honored somewhere down the line. Because the system worked, people trusted it. Because they trusted it, the system grew. One Sicilian record mentions a debt paid in the manner of the temple, that is, not in coin, but in value transferred through the Templar network. Not in silver, not in gold, but by the method. When the method itself becomes a recognized unit, you have stepped into a different kind of power. The Templars did still handle physical money. Commanderies held reserves in dozens of currencies. They employed weighers, assayers, and experts who could detect forgeries by sound and touch. Every coin was weighed, logged, and, when necessary, melted to test purity. One record from Rouen describes a coin library, a chest of sample coins from various regions used to judge new arrivals. Another from Arles lays out the procedure for identifying clipped or shaved coins, which were then separated and carefully returned to the issuing lord with a note. Yet they never issued their own coinage, not because they lacked the means. They had forges, metal, and skilled workers, but because they didn't need the symbol. Kings stamped their faces on silver to claim authority. The Templars demonstrated theirs by making that silver move where no king could safely send it. Rumors still arose. Chroniclers spoke of secret Templar coins, marked with strange symbols and used only internally. A few such tokens have been found: small silver pieces stamped with geometric patterns, no king's head in sight. Most scholars think they were weights, not currency, tools of measurement, not spending. But the fact that people believed the order might secretly mint its own money says much about perception. Watching the temple move vast sums without a mint, many assumed there must be some hidden magic. There was, but it was accounting, not alchemy. Templar ledgers tracked deposits, withdrawals, currency fluctuations, shortages, and regional trends. Scribes needed more than Latin. They needed arithmetic. In a world where many nobles could not sign their names, these anonymous clerks became the quiet heroes of the system. They did not ride into battle, but without them, no fortress could be funded, no army moved, no deal sealed. A papal legate wrote in the 1272, "The temple governs coin, it does not create, and yet all men trust it." Admiration and warning in a single sentence. Rome tolerated Templar finance so long as it did not challenge papal supremacy. Even the church had to admit, the system worked. By refusing to mint their own currency, the Templars also avoided many troubles that plagued monarchs: accusations of debasement, disputes over whose face appeared on money, and battles over minting rights. They let kings fight over symbols. The temple simply moved the metal. Over time, trust shifted from the object, the coin, to the institution managing it. When that happens, the rules change. The Templars, one sealed letter at a time, were writing those new rules. So when you imagine medieval wealth, do not think first of chests overflowing with coins or blacksmiths striking dies. Picture instead a quiet room of stone, a wooden desk, a quill scratching lines into parchment, a man in a white mantle, tracking gold he will never own, shaping kingdoms he will never rule. All because someone, somewhere, trusts the seal he carries. Usury. The word rang like a warning bell across medieval Europe. To take interest on a loan was to risk your soul. The church condemned it as unnatural money, breeding money, a sin against the order of creation. Yet kings needed loans, crusades needed funding, and merchants needed credit. The Templars found a way to give all three what they wanted, without ever admitting what they were doing. Their rule forbade usury. No brother was to charge interest. No knight was to grow rich from another's debt. Officially, they obeyed. Their ledgers show no interest columns, no explicit rates, no lines labeled profit. But between the lines, behind phrases like fee for service, storage expense, or transfer convenience, the numbers hint at something else. It began with a loophole. When a noble deposited money for safekeeping or transfer, he expected a service. The Templars provided it guards, clerks, couriers. In return, they asked for a donation, usually a fixed percentage of the sum, not interest of course, just a contribution for holy labor. That this donation was suspiciously predictable troubled few. After all, what other moneylender carried a sword and a crucifix? Then came delays. In some arrangements, the temple agreed to release a sum at a later date. Not a loan, merely funds held in trust. When the money was returned, it often came back larger than before, justified as recovered value, adjusted tithe, or gratitude allocation. One case from Navarre makes the pattern clear. The order accepted 300 livres to be returned in a year with a convenience gain reflecting local conditions. 12 months later, the recipient received 336 livres, a 12% increase, a very normal interest rate for the era. Nowhere in the record is the word interest used. It is simply an adjustment approved by the commander. Everyone saw what was happening. No one named it. That was the genius. The Templars understood that power lay not only in gold, but in language. By mastering the vocabulary of exceptions, they built a shadow economy within Christendom, one that followed every rule on paper, while quietly rewriting them in practice. They did not charge interest. They sold protection. They did not lend money. They advanced expected income. Every transaction became a theological dance, a slow turning around the word sin without ever stepping on it. Not everyone accepted the illusion. By the late 13th century, accusations of Templar usury spread. Rivals hospitallers, merchant banks, and others called the order hypocritical. An anonymous pamphlet in Provence denounced them as wolves in white cloaks, feeding on Christian kings under a mask of holiness. These charges never destroyed them in court, but they did create tension. Even the Vatican grew uneasy. At the Second Council of Lyon in 1274, usury was condemned again, with calls for stricter enforcement. Some churchmen muttered that the Templars were too deeply entangled in secular finance. Nothing concrete came of it. The order's usefulness and its papal protection shielded it. Still, the Templars adjusted. In some regions, they toned down their more obvious lending. Letters of credit were issued more cautiously. Fees were tucked deeper into supporting documents. Their language became more opaque. One surviving Paris contract from 1292 describes grain to be delivered as compensation for wartime delays, valued at 500 livres. The grain never arrived. Instead, the recipient accepted 510 livres in cash, the extra 10 labeled as late delivery accommodation. Dry, legal, and clearly a form of interest. The brilliance of the Templar method lay less in mathematics than in optics. Secular bankers, often Jews or Italian merchants, were distrusted and sometimes persecuted as usurers. The Templars, by contrast, hid under an aura of sanctity. Who would accuse crusading monks of greed? Who would believe it? Their behavior reveals a broader truth about medieval economics. Belief shapes reality. If a loan is not called a loan, if interest is not called interest, then on the surface no sin has been committed. As long as the Pope did not object, the fiction held. There is something strangely modern in this, navigating regulations with clever language, burying profit under phrases, building systems inside systems that are technically legal and functionally invisible. The Templars were not the first lenders. Jewish financiers, Italian merchant houses, and Byzantine bankers long predated them. But they were the first to lend inside the Church's protective shell, under papal sanction, with institutional discipline. They made religion itself an instrument of finance, and in doing so, they changed what wealth could be. A Flemish chronicle preserves one last telling anecdote. A nobleman who refused to use the temple because he believed it sinful to store coin with monks who profit by prayer. His neighbors mocked him. By year's end, he had borrowed secretly through a proxy, under another name. He paid a fee, but slept better, knowing